Greetings, family. Keep meaning to change the settings on this. I probably ain't gonna be able to. No, gotta remember to do that later. Greetings, everyone. Hope you all are well. Just getting my little TikTok set up. All right. Man, today. Okay, let's see here. Guess I don't need that for right now. So I'm gonna just ease into this because this was this was effortful. I'll be honest. This was effortful. If I can be honest with y'all, I How is everybody walking into the room? Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Whew. Yeah, today has been kind of like a up there. So I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna do a lot of talking today. I think I'm not. I know y'all are gonna be annoyed with me. I'm pretty sure, but I am. I'm gonna read, and then if I feel so inclined, you trying to go back outside, boy? Let me deal with these bossy boos. I was gonna say something else. These bossy boos in my house, so that I can at least focus for a little while. All right, so let's see. Thank you, Java Watson, for the donation. That's so generous, dear. Let's see. Okay. That's so weird. Do I look weird on my YouTube stream? I look weird through my YouTube. I call myself trying to that didn't help. I mean, I guess a little bit. Call myself trying to augment my okay, yeah, I look fuzzy on my end. Let me let this cat out real quick. I'm gonna have to do that again in a minute because Nine's still eating. But I don't know. I'm not in a bad mood. I'm just in a mood, and I don't. And plus, to be honest, the last like 3-4 lives I done did have been very, very long, and all of that has been like off the dome, and I know it don't seem like a lot, but that takes a lot. It takes a lot of. And I'm not talking about y'all. I'm not talking to y'all about no simple shit. Like I'm having deep and profound and existential breakthroughs up in this bitch in real time. And I don't know. I just feel like it's taking a lot out of me these days. So I said, you know what? There's a lot happening in the world too. Plus, I was up till like I was gonna do a live yesterday, but I ended up studying for like, I don't know, 6 hours till like 4 o'clock. No, it was 6 o'clock in the, maybe that's why I don't feel right. It was 6 o'clock in the morning when I finally went to bed. When I tell y'all, I was up in a I was in the steep ass wormhole. Steep, 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 steep. I was in a steep wormhole. I sat down on the couch and said, let me just scroll through something real quick. And I ended up, I'm going to show y'all the notes I took last night. I called myself going to keep them separated because I got them spread all out by subject. Dang, there's a lot. I called myself going to keep them spread out by subject so I could pick up where I left off. That's all shit. This was maniacal, is what it was. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Y'all ain't gonna believe me. Y'all ain't gonna believe I did this. This is all last night. I'm sitting here picking the shit up. I'm like, no way. Look at this. You see all them papers? Those are my notes from last night. But I still have them separated out, but strode all over my living room because as it was coming down in from, hold on, Nine would get his ass ready to go outside as soon as I sit the hell down. Yeah, I'm talking about you. No, I'm at your life. So I was in here like on one, and so it was so much like coming through, and I was like, all right, well, I'm in here now. Might as well go ahead and sit through it. So I had stacks of papers literally everywhere by subject. And and so I want y'all to know, I want y'all to get ready, because when y'all finally come out to California for your little weekend trip. So that's one stack right there. I'd say that's probably about 10 pages. That's one subject. And this is another stack. This is a cross stack. Oh, so this is what, like 5 pages. This is another subject. Then this was the one I went in on for quite some time because I saw this video last night, and it sent me down a way. It's one of those, we've talked about it over the last week, as a matter of fact. This whole concept of is kind of cross section between like conspiracy theory, actual history, what we can see with the observed eye, and like trying to reconcile all of that shit at the same time. So I was watching this video last night. Supposedly there is this new information that has been discovered and released from the Great Pyramid of Giza. And so I was watching that. It was really, really deep and profound, I will say. And then right after, I watched another about ancient architecture, and this particular episode was focused on architecture in India. Mind blown. Okay, mind blown. Then there was this one structure in India, in southern India, and it was a mosque. First of all, this place, I'll be honest, man, when I get into this mode of study, One, and I've been reading this all day in people's comments about, so I'm not the only one experiencing this, by the way. There are so many people. There was this girl who did this thing, this TikTok today, and she was talking about, what kind of hobbies you need to have or whatever. And there were so many, at least 50 different women. It was all women that were talking about I never used to like to study when I was a kid, but now it's just like, I can't get enough. I can't, all like 50 different comments saying exactly what I'm saying to you guys all the time, is like, something has happened. Even with 9 years of medical school, and I loved medical school, I had a wonderful time, but it was so laborious studying, preparing and all. This is different. So I will lose 6 hours like nothing, right? So, but what I was going to say is even as much as I love studying, even as much as I love like how often and how regularly my mind is perpetually being blown by what we do not know, by what has been strategically and deliberately hidden from us, that's why my mind be blown. That's really why my mind be blown, right? Is how much has been strategically and deliberately hidden from us. As much as I love going into these wormholes, going into these deep dives, loving to study, it's like some of the stuff that is revealed to you, all of it ain't exciting. All of it ain't exciting, baby. Some of it make you want to wreck shit. Some of the shit that you discover, some of the shit that is revealed to you makes you want to take a wrecking ball through everything. That, like, I say this all the time. I do not hesitate. I do not bite my tongue. There is nothing erected by imperialism, by capitalism, by globalism, by the plutocracy or the oligarchy there is nothing, not one thing, not one single solitary thing erected under imperialism that is worth salvaging. Not one thing. That's my personal opinion. You don't have to agree with that, but I'm telling you, baby, the more you learn, the more you have to concede. There is no other conclusion that you can come to. There is nothing erected under imperialism that is worth salvaging. That's not to say that we haven't contributed, that everything that we see, we have not built and created and generated. But it's the way that it is being dominated, these everything, inventions, discovery, everything that is, it is going, baby. we gonna have to listen, not read. We are going to have to be so courageous and so audacious and so like really prideful. That stuff they always be accusing you of, that's what we're gonna have to be. We're gonna have to be loud and reckless and prideful and audacious. We are going to have to be. This is not gonna sit right with none of y'all, because I know how you are. I know where you're coming from, because I've been there. We are going to have to be the egomaniacs of the mother's mission. See, we didn't reap the detriment of egomaniacs under the will of the damn Father God, of the malignant, mutagenic, bloodthirsty, warmongering war God. We done did that. We done did that for a hot minute. And so the only way to contend is equal and opposing action. For every action, there must be an equal and opposing reaction. You feel me? There must be dual and contending. You can't contend if it is not dual. If you ain't on the same footing, if you ain't got the same power, if you ain't got the same force. And what happens is y'all be caught up on this narrative about, like I was talking to this one sister, and she was like, we do have to be strategic about how we do. Ain't no, what in my mouth did I say that implied that we do not have to be strategic moving forward? Strategic in how we move forward. And that's one of the things that y'all get caught up on. is y'all believe what imperialism has told you. Y'all believe that. Y'all believe that we're too emotional. Why can't you talk with some decorum and just clearly explain your position? Because that's what your boss told you to do. That's what your master told you to do. That's what your owner told you to do. That's what your ruler told you to do. Contending power means on the terms that I set, with the energy that I come with the stank that I come with. Anything that makes my enemy uncomfortable, I'm using that. Yep, I sure am. I sure am. If he is uncomfortable when I slide in and out of, because see, this is a foreign language I'm talking to you in. Because people have said to me, it's the workshop that you led was really, really brilliant. It would just be so much better if you didn't use all the colloquialisms. Excuse the fuck out of me. Did you comprehend everything that I delivered in this this college level workshop of information your ass has never heard, has never been fed? Did you get from the content of the workshop what you needed to get? Well, yeah, it was really, really brilliant. Then, okay, that's all I need to know from you. You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, for days, I have been upset, man. And I don't want to be upset because I know what it is that I am witnessing. But I'm telling you, man, Black people in particular, everybody, Black people, white people, red people, brown people, yellow people, all the people in between, LGBTQIA plus, everybody is going to have to concede that the only way to stage a contest for your life, because that's what you're doing right now, whether you know it or not, you are staging a contest for your actual life, and I'm not talking about just your breathing in and out. That's not what I'm talking about. I am talking about your ability to live a well and happy life. That's what you are staging a contest for. Because these people that are in positions of power, these people who have manipulated their way into positions of power, these people who have manipulated their way into positions of power that you really think represent you in any single solitary way. Not independents, not blues, not reds, not greens. Nobody sitting in positions of power is fighting for your life. No one. The evidence of which is nobody in positions of power are fighting for the lives of others. Nobody's fighting for the lives of Palestinians up in these positions of power. They pump faking for you. They playing the role of good cop, bad cop for you. So they playing the role of good cop, bad cop for you. But the evidence that they don't care not only about the lives of Palestinians, not only about the lives of the Sudanese, not only about the lives of Black people in Congo or Rwanda or any place else on earth where Palestine is not the only place on earth, baby, where people are right now today catching unadulterated hell. It may not look like straight up blunt brute force warfare like in Palestine, but all you got to do is traipse your little ass right over to South Africa to see that even though people in positions of power in South Africa be pump faking on some we independent now, while still the 10% of the white population owns and possesses 83% of the mineral wealth and land in that country. That's war. That's war. That's war. And so when I see young Black-skinned people perpetually allowing themselves to be put forward as the mouthpiece to articulate the interest and the frustrations of Black-skinned people in the United States of America, but they present in a way that is still within the neatly drawn, what's the word I'm looking for? Construct laid out before them, that somehow The only way that the white ruling class, the only way that the wealthy, the only way that those in positions of political power can understand, can comprehend what you are saying is when you soften your voice and you speak as closely to white diction and enunciation as possible. You have to be very disciplined about how you present your opposition that is indicative of, quote, doing politics the right way. When you enter into a debate with some other person who obviously has uh, ideologies that contend with yours, that are in opposition with yours, but you want to sit down in a debate of decorum so that you can attempt to win your opposition in this battle of ideas called the debating floor. No, no. Later for that, man. Later for that. I'm sitting here every day. Even when listen, I just want to be honest with you. That's why for the 5-6 years that I've been up on here, I am so deliberate about allowing you to see my weaknesses, allowing you to see those moments where I fuck up, those moments where I have an epiphany and an ideology, a belief system that I held dear is in that moment deconstructed, and I have to accept that. To say in this very minute, because of this interaction between us, I have had an epiphany that has allowed me in real time to evolve. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'll let y'all see that in real time. I'll let y'all see that in real time. I done told y'all, miss, I have no business saying out loud. But I'm like, people are exhausted on political betrayal. And it has never been so prevalent as it is now. And even though there are people out there who talk with really exceptional diction, and they, like myself, I have 4 degrees. They, like myself, are so extremely educated. They have crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's necessary to prove to power essentially what power sees when they see some, especially some dark-skinned person, especially some brown-skinned person. What power sees when they see some brown-skinned woman with 4 degrees, 4 sets of initials behind her name, or a couple in the front and a couple in the back, they're like, how can we use this Negro against her own? That's what they're looking for. They are looking for compliance in your education, because that's the way they set up education. They set up education to ensure that a great majority of you will be compliant within the structure that they have set up, that always facilitates, one, the extraction of your intellectual property and wealth, and to always have you as the buffer between those on the bottom who any day let this thing mess up and bring the clear, concise, easy to understand 411 to the masses. Your opposition recognizes it, even though you don't. That any day now, there is going to be a tidal wave of indignation, of rage, of anger, of grief, of sadness that has not been allowed to process, that any day now, this shit is going to open up a tidal wave that is not going to result in no goddamn march on the street. They know it, though you don't. They know it, though you don't. And any day now, this shit is gonna pop. And what they're doing, like goddamn squirrels at the last little bit of warmth before the winter comes, is they trying to grab up as much as they can and be out. But what is it that they have? What is it that they control? What is it that power has allowed them to do? And we're going to have to start articulating it that way. It ain't nothing else. It's not a contest between capitalism and socialism. The only contest is these people who are sitting literally on your head and bleeding you dry, robbing you blind. From the middle class, y'all being robbed too. Y'all just have more stakes in the preservation of this madness. But y'all being robbed blind too. You white people are being robbed blind too. But you have stakes in whiteness, in an illusion of whiteness that in your mind thinks entitles you to what they have, the billionaires. And the billionaires love that you think that way. They love that you think that way. They love that you hate black, brown, red, and yellow people. They love that because as long as they can keep you distracted, you become the perfect buffer of protection for malignant wealth, for opulent exploitation. You become the buffer. Even as you are being robbed blind, you not only robbed of your labor, your life force, not only being robbed of your labor and life force, being robbed of your ability to actually experience an epiphomatic, an ecstatic life, something that looks like real, regular, foundational happiness. You are being robbed too, and they rely so heavily on you. Whiteness is the greatest weapon patriarchy ever created. Whiteness is the greatest weapon patriarchy ever created. The second greatest weapon patriarchy ever created is the idea of Neanderthal manness. You understand that you are not enlightened beings, that you don't have the capability to be enlightened, fully embodied, whole human beings, capable of going to war to defend your own, and just as capable of being tender and loving and being loved tenderly in return. You two males have been robbed of your goddamn humanity. That is not something that is in your head, being robbed of your humanity. That is something that is impacting your heart. That is something that is impacting your, not just your metaphorical heart, your actual physical heart. Why is it that black men in the United States of America die so young from cardiovascular disease? Is it just because you like to, smoke a stogie every now and again and drink some liquor? No, it is because of the what do they call it? Death by 1,000 paper cuts. You are enraged, men. You are perpetually angry. You are enraged all the time, 24 hours a day. You are frustrated and outraged and don't have any outlet for it. And you don't even take the time to understand where does this rage come from? Where does this shit come from that has impacted my whole body, physical, spiritual, and emotional body? What is it? Where does this come from? And because you are not even offered the opportunity to understand, to self-diagnose, to be introspective about what is literally shortening your life expectancy by goddamn 25, 30 years, because you don't want to take the time to process why you have this rage, your default is, because this is your programming, your default is to respond like the patriarch that has taken up all the space in your head, that has taken up all the territory in your head. Didn't have to pay you for the territory, don't have to pay a mortgage for the territory. Not only that, just like any tapeworm, that patriarch in your head rests up in your head and is housed and is clothed and is fed and is made fat for free at the expense of your very humanity. Whiteness and patriarchal manhood is what is shortening the life expectancy of everybody on earth. Everybody is impacted because everybody is infected with that madness. Everybody is infected with that madness. There are those of us, because of our proximity to power, who benefit more than others, but even those who benefit more than others are being robbed blind. Not only are they being robbed blind, your progeny is being robbed blind. Your progeny is doomed to repeat the same terrible drudging, sad, self-questioning life that you have been forced to live. And there's no amount of patriarchal love that we can show one another that is going to make up for the fact that real love has been robbed from us. Do you hear what I'm telling you? The only ability that we have to love in a world that is completely infected with the madness of patriarchy, the only way that we can show love is the only way that we've ever learned love. How have we learned love? Through patriarchy. We've learned love through patriarchy, through the lens of the patriarch in our skull. And so even though our body tells us, yes, I love my children, I love my partner so much, you cannot right now conceive of a world where you can love so freely, because none of the antagonisms that daily, perpetually attempt to rob you of your very soul. No one is free of it. That's why we're all sick right now. Because there's nowhere we can go. There's no social media that we can go. There's no club that we can go to. There's no space on earth that we can go to where we are not confronted with a world that is suffering in what is the apex of human misery. There's no way that we cannot feel that. That's why everybody's on drugs. That's why you see so-called zombies on the street, because they're like, damn, I ain't got nothing. Everybody that looks at me on the street looks at me like they hate me and do not know me. Like, I really don't have nothing. It ain't gonna matter if I just lay up in here and do drugs until I die. Don't nobody care. This is LA. Do you know that in the year 2024, while everybody out here bigging up Karen Bass as the first Black female mayor of Los Angeles, she is a tyrant. She's a tyrant. That in the year 2024, 9,000 plus 9,000, I ain't say 900, 9,000 human beings in this city died on the street, died homeless. The cause of death is actually called homeless. That's not my statistics. This is the city controller. I heard it. I was like, surely he added an extra zero and didn't mean to. 9,000 goddamn human beings died on the streets of Los Angeles City, not the county, city, from homelessness, while she trying to pump fake on the news for you about how she cleaning up the homelessness problem. As today, I saw an article today in the LA Times about how the budget for homelessness has been cut, despite the fact that just 6 months ago they admitted that they just lost. They don't know where $24 billion that was supposed to be allotted to the homelessness, to resolve homelessness, is just missing. Ain't nobody talking about that no more. That was just 6 months ago. $24 billion allotted to address the quote blight of homelessness in LA. We don't know where it went. And then 6 months later, after a fire that devastated the city and made more people homeless, and then these goons under the auspice of some federal government starts literally black bagging people like this 100 years ago. Started black bagging people in broad daylight, which done destabilized an already unstable economic situation for Latino, South American, Mexican, and so on. And this trick don't get on the TV with bulldozers running through a quote homelessness encampment under the auspice of quote cleaning up the homelessness problem, bulldozing the very bare minimum that these human beings have in their possession, and then gonna say, don't worry about these people, we got them in a hotel for a month. And have you paid their rent for a year? Where are they going after the month? While y'all done robbed the city of $24 billion. Meanwhile, buildings are popping up out the concrete like goddamn daisies in this city that supposedly don't have no money to resolve the problem of homelessness. These buildings popping up out the goddamn ground like daisies are not being built for the homeless. As this girl just today was talking about, she went to go look at this apartment in Santa Monica. Santa Monica ain't even bougie. Santa Monica ain't even the bougie part of town. She went to go look at a studio apartment in Santa Monica, and they talking about $4,900 for a studio. She was like, well, let me just see how much the one bedroom is. From $4,900 for a studio to a one bedroom $6,500 in Santa Monica. And y'all think that what is happening in this country is because of a handful of white people, quote, voted wrong. We voted right. Baby, there is no right. I'm going to, my heels are dug. There is no right. And at the juncture that you, like anybody else, can go right now, at least while they're letting you see, to where campaign donations and contributions went to when these two people were running for office, your beloved Kamala and Trump, that all along the way, red and blue, Kamala and Trump, she was giving campaign contributions from the exact same corporations that gave contributions to Donald Trump. Do you know what that says? It don't matter who win, we win. It don't matter who win, we win. Y'all act confused when this girl can talk out of two sides of her face about how what is happening in Palestine is so terrible, and then the next city over be literally almost brought to tears in her declaration of her commitment, not only to maintain funding to this aggression in the Middle East, but to make sure that they have as much funding as they need to resolve this issue once and for all. What does that mean? I don't know where that came from. I'm so sorry, but when I'm sitting here last night, going into a wormhole, because I still ain't showed y'all all my stacks. Going into you see this writing up on here? You see that? You see all that writing? That's back and front. That's about 20 pages on that one subject. Then I showed y'all the other stacks, right? That ain't all. Hold on, I got another stack. This stack is about 4 pages. You feel me? Hold on, because I got to put it back because I got to spread this stuff back over the floor. This stack is about 6 or 7 pages. Hold on. This stack is about 6 or 7 pages. This stack is about, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 pages. And then the last final stack is, I'd say, about 10 pages. I'm telling this is last night. This is last night from the time I sat down on my couch, which was about 9 o'clock to 6 o'clock in the morning, when I just could not keep my eyes open anymore. You hear me? And so these are all different subjects. Each stack is a different subject. I got all the paper laid out, because if something comes through me, I'm like, oh, I don't want to forget that. So let me write that over here, and then go back to what I'm doing over here. Oh shit, but there's this thing that I wanted to. Oh, let me go ahead and be up in here for a minute. Till 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm telling y'all, this shit is purposeful. And once we have what is ours to have, I'm talking about the temple of evolutionary emergence. Once we have what is ours to have, once we come to the place where we are meeting what is guaranteed to us, the building, the housing for those who want to come, whether it's for contracted periods of time or to move. Once we meet what it is that we've set ourselves on a course to make happen, this shit is on and popping. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because I'm sitting here watching this shit last night about ancient architecture, right? And I'm sitting here watching this video, and it was really good. And it started with this like 2-hour thing on the architecture of India. And they were going all over India and talking about the history of the architecture. Baby, we have a world to generate. We have a world to create. And it is well within our ability to create that world. Not somewhere down the line, today. I am audaciously, I am egomaniacally, I am loudly, confidently, arrogantly, all that, arrogantly declaring that it will seem effortless once our heads and our gifts and our skills are brought together, regardless of our religion, regardless of our beliefs. If you agnostic or atheist, that's what I love about the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. That's what I love about the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. What did I tell y'all the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is? That even while we do not have a building, while we do not have brick and mortar, guess what? We got uteruses. Guess what? For the males that are up in the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, they have a creative ability too, because they came through a uterus. You feel me? They came through a uterus. So their ability to birth something into the material world is their heart. Their heart gives them the ability to govern their consciousness so that they, heart and mind, synchronized, working together. You feel me? Can think a thing and make it a real material force. The Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is the uterus. It ain't no ands, ifs, or buts about it. We got tenets. We got a vision. We have a belief. We say we believe in the goddess. But what is the goddess? Everything, everyone, regardless of gender, regardless of race, regardless of class. That's why we say mommy and I are one. That's why we say mommy and I are one. Why? That's a literal statement. That's a literal statement. Your introduction into the material world was 9 months of being a part of your actual mother's body. Her being a macrocosm of the great primordial one that is the entire thing that we call the universe. So you can call it the universe or the omniverse or the multiverse. You feel me? You can be on some, I'm a scientific, what you call that? I'm a scientific atheist, or I'm a dialectical materialist. You feel me? I don't believe in like gods and spirits. That is fine. It still will not be a contradiction for you to be a dues paying member of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Because even if you are a dialectical materialist or scientific socialist or whatever your bag is, you feel me? You got a mama. And you, in your deep philosophical, scientific, analytical understanding of the world and the universe and this and that and this and that, guess what? Even you can say and concede that the only impossibility as of right now, the only impossibility is that I would have existed as the me that I am right this moment without that uterus tied to my mother that I came through. That's the only impossibility. And while that impossibility remains, the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is the uterus. It is the uterus. You understand? And the reason I'm saying this, and the reason that I have to say this, is because I'm going to tell you, I spent so many years threatening to start a cult. So much so that it was like this little joke that I would make among friends and family one of these days, because that's the only thing people respond to. That's the only thing people take seriously, so seriously that they'll sell all their belongings, they'll move to another country, they'll follow behind some weirdo. That's the only thing that people take seriously is cults and cult leaders, right? I was like, if that's the only way that I can get this shit cracking, it might be the one day down the line, I'm gonna have to start a cult out this joint for people to say, especially me being black and female. When the last time you saw a black female cult leader in the United States of America or anywhere on earth for that matter? Why? Because people do not listen to black women. Ain't that what y'all saying all the time? Believe black women. Trust black women. Listen to black women. Why you even got to have a hashtag like that if it wasn't something identifiable in the world that you have to acknowledge is this dichotomy that exists, right? And I'm saying that because when I 3 years ago, just last week, when I really started contemplating, not out of just my head and what I know, me having spent 15 years of my life as a hardcore cadre styled revolutionary socialist. You understand? In cadre organization, working 60 hours a week on real cadre style evolutionary revolutionary work, bridged with 9.5 years of medical school, bridged with this 15-year walk that I've been on with the mother, first as a devotee of Ifa and subsequently relinquishing my title as a devotee to evolve to become the founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. It's important that I walk you through that, because when I sat on this call, this conference with this brother and these sisters, I was like, okay, man, now we just took this long ass walk through the Great Cosmic Mother. That's what happened. I read the Great Cosmic Mother on my YouTube channel. And then I hosted a 6-month book club, intense, cadre style, with minutes, with an agenda, with highlighted sections that we're going to plow through today. Bring your thesaurus and your diction, like all of that. 6 months it took us to walk through that book. And I'm not talking about my reading of it. I'm talking about from the day that we started the book club till the day we ended, and we were doing it twice a month, every other week for 6 months. There were people on that call from everywhere, from Poland, from Norway, from India, several women from India, from South Africa, from Brazil, from New Zealand. And people would come and go and come and go and come and go. Sometimes they come, sometimes not. But there was a handful that were consistent. Every time there was a Zoom for the book club, they was jolly on the spot. So when we finished the book after about 6 months, I remember the last day of the book club. I was like, all right, so what we gonna do now? Because this shit was not for entertainment purposes only. They were like, what you mean? What you mean? I said just what I said. I just spent an entire year of my life walking y'all through this book, combing through this book with a fine-tooth comb, and it was not for your entertainment purposes. So what we gonna do now? They was like, what you thinking? What you thinking? I was like, well, look, let me just give it to y'all raw. I've been plotting and scheming on this thing in my mind. I got journals of notebooks full to the rim. But this is the moment. This is the moment. This is the moment where the mother has said, what you have learned, what you have garnered from your experiences, what you have been through, it has to culminate. It has to culminate in something in the material world that can actually have you in a position to execute the mission that I set your ass on. Now, I can tell y'all what that mission was. The first time I ever did ayahuasca, it wasn't even the first time I did ayahuasca, as a matter of fact. It was the year that I was coming. It was 2017. And I came to California the first time, 2018. I came to California and I decided to drive out here. And I was talking to a friend of mine the day before I went out on the road. This was in St. Petersburg, Florida. And I was talking to him just about how, nervous I was about driving across the country by myself. And then I'm going to camp too. And I've never been camping. And I was like, I wonder what it'll be like, to drop acid. I had not done psychedelics of any kind in 20 years. And I was like, I haven't dropped acid. I haven't, eaten mushrooms since I was about 23, 24 years old, but I have a whole different brain. I have a whole different spirit. I have a whole different experience. I'm a grandmother. You know what I'm saying? I am a spiritual woman. I was not then. I have this whole different brain, this whole different outlook on life. I wonder what would come through me. I wonder what spirit would have to teach me if I had dusted out the cobwebs. And this was 3:00 in the morning, the night before I was getting on the road to drive across this country by myself, Chad. And we're on the balcony about 3:00 in the morning. And I'm telling him, I was like, damn, it'd be interesting to just know what it would feel like with this new brain to do acid. It was not even something I was pursuing. I was just like, damn, I wonder what that'd be like. And baby, his roommate, who was asleep when we got there, his roommate came out of the bedroom. He was like, hey, how y'all doing? And my homeboy was like, were we being too loud? He was like, nah. He's like, but I hope it don't seem presumptuous. I heard what you were saying about your trip and about your life and about wondering what it would be like to be on the road and to be in ceremony with acid while you on the road. And I just want to send you on your trip with a gift, and gave me a folded up tin with 7 hits of acid on it. That's how I started my trip. I was like, did that just happen? Did that just happen? And I was nervous. I didn't take it right away. As a matter of fact, it took me about a month to do it, because I went to Alabama to assist my daughter delivering my first grandchild. And as a matter of fact, the first day that I did acid in 20 something years, this is where I'm telling you I got at least the introduction to the assignment. I did acid one night while I was with my daughter, because we were just waiting any day now. She was going to have Kalani. I was like, you know what? It's a pretty chill day, pretty peaceful day. Everybody's asleep early. So I decided that day was the day I was going to take a hit of acid. And I was going to be extremely deliberate and purposeful about how I did it. So I spent the rest of the daylight hours doing ceremony. I went to, there are some really beautiful locations in Dothan, Alabama, which is where I was, that are in honor of the indigenous people of that land in Alabama. They're beautiful, giant, massive building-sized wood sculptures of an indigenous male and an indigenous female on this beautiful plot of land at this park. I say, okay, I'm gonna go and big up the indigenous ancestors in this ceremony. Then I went and did a whole nother ceremony with my personal ancestors. I traveled all the way across country with my warriors. For those of you who aren't a part of Ifa tradition, it's 3 deities, 3 Orisha that make up your warriors. And they call it your warrior's pot. So you get your warrior's pot. And once you receive each one of these Orisha, and they are, quote, great to travel with. So I have my Eshu on the road with me in my car. And I have my Oshosi and my Ogun. And let's see, my Eshu, Ogun, Oshosi, and I think that's it. I think those are the 3 warriors. So I have my warrior's pot. I had my ancestors. Is it not here? Where are I do with it? We've catched it. Oh, here it is. This is my ancestor staff, and so it too was consecrated in a ceremony by my godmother, the priest of my elect. So I had my ancestors with me, plus my ancestor pots, my mama and my daddy pots. I had my ancestor staff. I had my warriors, you feel me? And so I took them all and laid them out and did ceremony to them. And once I was done making my offerings and doing my ceremony, I took a notebook, some paper, some candles, went to my favorite bar. It was an off night. It was like a Monday or Tuesday, so it was dead. I wasn't bothering anybody, and the bar was always like dark. So I took some little tea light candles, set it up on my little corner table, took out my pen and a piece of paper, ordered myself a cocktail, and sat down and took that piece of acid. And before I put it in my mouth, I said, okay, what is it that you need for me to see? What is it that you need for me to know? Just come. And I started writing. I'll tell you, I was devastated, because when I got to LA, my car was broken into, the book was in my purse, and that was the only thing I was upset that got stolen, was that damn book, because that night I wrote about 47 pages. Just, it was so long. Let me just tell you, I was out what we call in ceremony. I was tripping on acid for 12 hours. 12 long hours, child. 12 hours. 12 long hours. But it was so radical. I had not done any substance since I was like, not even weed. I did not smoke weed anymore. So the only thing that I would do was imbibe. I would drink, but like any kind of substance, I had not done psychedelics since I was about 23, 24, but I had not done any substance at all since I got clean at the age of 28. So years. And it was so radical. It was so ever present, so radical. And I was in the car and the sun was coming up, and I was still full on in ceremony, and I was in my rearview mirror trying to like scry. You feel me? Trying to like, I don't know if y'all know like what the method of mirror scrying is, but I'm trying to scry. I'm trying to like basically you're trying to look at your third eye. You're like looking, at a focal point in your own eyes, but they're technically kind of crossing so that you can stimulate the pineal gland. This is scrying, right? And at the moment, there was so much that happened that night, y'all. It was a whole book. It was 47, 48 pages. It was a whole book of insane shit that happened that night. But this was how my ceremony kind of like concluded. Was the sun was coming up. It was late. It wasn't even coming up. The sun was up. It was like 9:00. I'm still in the car, trying to pull myself together to go back in the house because I know that Morgan and my daughter and her partner is going to be up. And I'm looking in the mirror, and I hear a voice as clearly as I am talking to y'all right now. And these are verbatim statements. First of all, let me just say, there was a period where I'd gone home and I was sitting in the living room trying to like pull myself together, and I went back out. But while I was at my daughter's house, Spirit says to me, pull that Bible out. First of all, I didn't even know Morgan had a Bible in the house. She wasn't raised with no Bible in the house when I raised her. You feel me? But she had a Bible in the house. And so Spirit was like, pick up this Bible. And let me tell you something. I had not been in a church and I couldn't remember how long. So I hadn't picked up a Bible in even more, I don't know how long. You feel me? And I picked up this Bible. And when I tell you, everything is here. Everything is here. It's not coming from outside in. What you call divine intervention, what you call a download, it is not coming from outside. These epiphanies, these moments of radical breakthrough, this thing that happened with me with this Bible, I had read a Bible in a couple decades, to be frank. I had read a Bible in a couple decades. Now, when I was a child, the way I learned to read, the way my parents taught me to learn to read was with my face in that book. We didn't read. I remember clear, my dad sitting at the kitchen table with me and forcing me at 5 to read that Bible. That's how I learned to read, was memorizing scripture. Okay. And as soon as my mama at about 10 years old said, y'all ain't got to do that shit no more, we was like, bet, great. But when I tell you, it remains. It all remains. So it is not a contradiction for me as a scientist to say that I am in communion with spirit. Who is spirit? Who is spirit? Who is spirit? Who is Oya? Who is Oshun? Who is Yemaya? Who is Eshu, Alegba? Who is the Orisha? Who is Jesus? Who is the devil? It all is you. You are informed, especially in kind of like a ceremonial setting, whether you are doing substance or not, whether you are using assistance or whether you are meditating, these breakthroughs that you always try to accredit some external force away from you, that the lowly you could not come to these conclusions on your own. that you need divine intervention. The divine intervention comes from within you. It does. So it is not a contradiction as a scientist for me to tell you that spirit said to me, that my ancestors said to me, this and that and such, and bitch do this, bitch do that. It's not a contradiction. Why? Because according to your local neighborhood geneticist, you have inside your living blood the memory, the experience, the education, the intellect, the secrets, the sadnesses, the traumas, and the triumphs, all living in your blood. About 3.2 million ancestors living alive in your blood. The altar, the ancestral shrine, the ancestral staff, these are instruments, these are tools to remind your flesh, to remind your blood, baby, to remind your blood, because these things that have been used by your ancestors for millennia, they become a cultural, quote, tradition that is a memory imprint. It's a memory imprint. The way you feel when you dance in the bimbe, the way you feel when you sing in a church, the way you feel when you hear the preachers say some this and that and this and that, and it feels familiar to your spirit. This is still happening within you. These are the conduits that help you to remember. These are the conduits. These are the instruments. These are the tools. These are the symbols and sacred objects left by your ancestors through the imprint on their DNA that now still is alive and respiring inside your blood. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's not a contradiction. And I know because we have been taught the way that we have been taught, because of the way that spirituality has been manipulated, don't matter what branch, don't matter what variety, don't matter what language, what articulation. It doesn't matter if it's native or if it's Catholic. It's all been manipulated. Why? Because no space is safe while patriarchy remains. No space is safe while patriarchy remains. None. But the only way that you are going to be able to accept and recognize that is to recognize that every epiphany that you have, man, every breakthrough, every level up in your consciousness, every level up in your spirit, first of all, was destined to be. First of all. Second of all, spirit made sure that all the threads aligned, all the appropriate crossings happened to lead to that very moment where epiphanic breakthrough could occur. All those things seen and unseen, known and unknown, remembered and forgotten, coming together at the same time to make sure that in this moment, at this time, which is the most appropriate time for this person to have this breakthrough that levels up their journey in this walk through their own personal destiny, can occur. We got you. And I'm saying this because while I was sitting there reading the Bible, I contemplated this. I pondered this for a long time because I'm not telling you anything that I haven't walked through myself. This is 2000, almost 2000. So this is what, 7 years ago, almost 8 years ago that this happened. And I'm reading this Bible and I'm like, what am I looking for? I'm literally talking out loud to spirit, like, what the hell you got me in a Bible for at 1 o'clock in the morning while I'm tripping on acid? Like, what am I supposed to see up in here? And when I tell you, it's only now, because I have told this story 100 times, but right now in this moment, y'all, it is only now that I'm like, oh yeah. Up until this very second, I had always told this story in a way that this intervention was something that was happening from outside in. I was certain that who was guiding me in this moment was Oya, because Oya is the Orisha assigned to me. Oya and Shango, as a matter of fact, this period that we're in. Oya and Shango had been assigned to me when I went before the mat to find out what Orisha was going to assist me in the fulfillment of my destiny. Meanwhile, I did not know 15 years ago when I received Oya and Shango that I know nothing about astrology at all, period, but damn sure didn't know that in a few years, these two Orisha were going to be the Orisha walking us through this new age. Wow. Wow. Right? So this is who I meditated on when I went into the ceremony, was Oya. I was like, anybody else that got something to say, come on through, but like, Oya, it's me and you. Let's walk through this shit. And she said, go to this chapter, go to this verse, go to this chapter, go through this verse. I'm reading the shit. I'm like, what am I looking for? She said, be still and look, see. Do you know? The worst thing that I can say that's happened to me in the last 8 years is that book being stolen from me. I cried for days. I really, really did. Every single scripture she took me to, Daniel, I don't remember any of them, so don't ask me, but I do remember it was Daniel and Isaiah, and there were like several Psalms, and then Revelations, and what was Ezekiel. Every single scripture that she took me to, I'll be damned if I remember the content of any of these scriptures, but what I do remember was every single scripture that she took me to. When I reduced the scripture down, the name of the name of the scripture and the number of the scripture, every single scripture she walked me through reduced to the number 9. She said, don't you see? This is me. This is mine. You have to read like no one else does. I'm all up in this. Every single scripture. I was sitting in there like, oh my God, this is too much. This is too much for my head. This is too much. This is too much. What does this mean? So I'm down in the car. Now, mind you, I'm having this freak out session, rolling through this book, writing down these scriptures. I'm over the top. I'm fucked up. You feel me? I go to the car. Before I go to the car, I said, what does this mean? What do all these scriptures mean? What does it mean that you are all up in it? That you or Yah are all in every single one of these scriptures that you done pulled out for me? I said, what does this mean? She said, it means what you know it means, but you are scared to say. You are scared to admit. I said, I don't know. I don't know what this means. She said, baby, she said, the future that everyone is fearing is me. I said, what? Huh? She said, baby, I am the Antichrist. That is what was said in my head as loud as I am, as clearly and as loudly as I'm talking to you. This is what it means for me to show you everywhere I am seated in this book that y'all think was written by a bunch of men. This is me. And just so you know, reduce everything down and see what you come up with. Every single scripture she walked me to reduced to the number 9. I was having a whole, I say breakthrough, but breakdown. I was having a whole breakdown. Let me tell you. She said, what it means is that I am the future that you have been taught to fear. I said, I don't know what you mean. She said, baby, I am the Antichrist. I am the Antichrist. And when I tell you, sitting in my daughter's house with this book open, my knee-jerk response, despite the fact that I hadn't been in the walls of church, couldn't remember how long, hadn't opened up a book and couldn't remember how long, my knee-jerk, still programmed default brain was, what does that mean? What you mean you're the Antichrist? What does that mean? That was my default. Having been raised as an infant with this horror story driven into my skull 3 days a week until I was 12 years old. And here we are all these years later. Now they actually got a diagnosable psychological disorder called, what do they call it? Rapture anxiety. It is real. It is real. And so I'm sitting in there having this breakthrough. And she's like, baby, That's what it is. So I go to the car. I was like, I need to go outside. This is too much. I need to go outside. I need to walk around. I need to be out in the wide open. So I go outside, and as the sun is coming up, and I'm looking in the mirror, and I'm trying to scry. And y'all says, she says, look, she said, all the stuff you've been doing, your adult life, this is really good work. It's really admirable work. All the stuff you've been doing, you know, feeding your ancestors, doing the ritual, pouring libations, you feel me? Being a good devotee, doing the political activism, you know, being an advocate in these different places, doing the teaching, this and that, all the stuff you've been doing, this stuff is really good. It's been really good. It's been really good. It's been really necessary to teach you some things. She said, but if you're talking about your peculiar role in changing the world radically and rapidly, I'm telling you verbatim what was said to me, word for word. That if you are serious about playing your necessary and peculiar role in radically and rapidly changing the world, this shit ain't gonna get it. If you're serious about changing the world radically and rapidly, rescue these witches out of these churches. Rescue these witches out of these churches. That's what I was told. That was the last thing that I heard. If you really want to change the world radically and rapidly, rescue these witches out these goddamn churches. Verbatim, what she said. And when she said churches, she meant all that shit. The temples, the synagogues, the mosque, the church, the tabernacle, all that has been bounding and holding hostage the globally impactful, inspired power housed in the bodies of human beings who incarnated with a whole portal in their abdomen. The church said, we can't beat these bitches if they know who they are. It's impossible. But what we can do is feed them spirituality through our worldview so that we can hold hostage and channel that primordial portal power in the church for ourselves. And isn't that what we're looking at? For the last 2 weeks, everybody been up in their fields about the little white girl that did her little social experiment to call the churches to see who would help her and her starving baby, you feel me, get some milk. And everybody acting surprised. Why are y'all acting surprised about the statistics that she had garnered from this project? 3 churches out of 30, 1 mosque, 1 Buddhist temple. Why y'all act surprised? Why y'all act surprised? Why y'all act confused? Didn't 75% of y'all just leave the church yesterday? 10 years ago, 20 years ago? Didn't y'all hightail it out these institutions just a hot second ago? Why y'all act surprised? Instead of everybody acting surprised and acting outraged, everybody should have been up on their TikTok talking about, sound about right to me. That tracks. Yep, that tracks. It be blowing my mind. It be blowing my mind how short-term your memory is. But that's what this thing does. This thing exploits, manipulates, and terrorizes you in a way that you only have short-term memory about the gravity and the magnitude of the amounts of traumas that you have put upon you every day. Because if you thought about how much trauma you have endured, how much you have taken in, how much trauma you have witnessed, you understand these snuff films that are being forced down your throat under the auspice of needing to be informed. You do not need to see the massacre of human beings on your platforms 24 hours a day to know how intense. We are at an apex moment in human history, and there is a decision that we have to make. Are we going to endure deepening crisis because you have a group of human beings who have strategically woven themselves into the every strand of the American society. Every fiber, they have woven and hidden their way through the entire fiber and fabric of what we call America. You feel me? And have slowly and methodically and patiently done everything that they have needed to do. They have needed to play both victim and villain. They have needed to befriend both sides. They have needed to make themselves the docile, peaceful few for whom can find no home among the world, because the world hates us with no context of the crimes you have perpetually committed against the goddamn world. None. No context. Because in your mind, as the chosen few, there is no action that you can take. There is no deed, no matter how diabolically monstrous, you can do for which you are not instantly absolved as the self-appointed chosen of the great God in the sky. This thing comes falling down on its face when females of that group and females everywhere on earth, mothers in particular of everywhere on earth, start to declare that this mystical, invisible, with no evidence ever, mystical he God in the invisible cosmos, because we done seen shit as far away as what, something 3 billion light years away. Ain't seen no heaven yet. Can't find no heaven yet. Can't find no heaven yet. Riding through it. Can't find it. And ain't nobody made the global declaration that this is a myth of grand proportion, manipulated and given many masks, so that he always has the ability to show up in every space on every corner of the earth to ensure that the primordial she, who is ever present, who produces evidence every single solitary day of your life of the miracles that she has the ability to impart upon your life, and you walk right by her chasing after a ghost. Chasing not only a ghost, a monstrous ghost, a murderous ghost, an evil ghost, a ghost who allows 8.5 million babies to disappear in a single year without a word, no global outcry, nothing. But, well, we too feeble and simple to understand the will of God. But everything that happens on earth has to pass before God before it can happen. And so if a God allowed this to happen, there must be a reason we don't understand. Even as statisticians, trying as they might to computate the amount of life lost since 1900, only as a consequence of war, not as a consequence of genocide, actual warfare, trying to agree globally on how many lives were lost from 1900 to the year 2000 just in warfare. More, the general consensus, which is still shaky, is 250 million human beings in a century. 250 million men, women, and children dead as a consequence of the biggest industry on earth. Why is it the biggest industry on earth? You can tell all of these stories about how corporations be funded folks. Okay, fine. If you need all them stats and all that, all you need to know all the deep and dirty behind the doors dealings and who was on this side and that side. Okay, if you need all of that. Simplify. Why is warfare? Why is a globally consistent, unending terror campaign waged by every single male in a position of power? Why is it the biggest business on earth? Why wouldn't it be when you have a quote, almighty, a one true God with all these faces who is a war God? There is nothing that feeds his spirit more. There is nothing that feeds his spirit more. If you create collectively, a war God, because that's how they are created. You create the Godhead. You create the Godhead. Your belief, your collective together breathing the conspiracy out loud, where you got people all over the planet 3, 4, 10 times a day turning to the east, the personification of the destructive sun god several times a day. And what you praying without knowing it, because it's been fed to you as tradition, is that the mother never returns, that the mother never regains power over her unruly, destructive son. This is what you are praying for. You are praying for the continued suffering of your female kindred, your sisters, your daughters, your mamas, your aunties, your girlfriends, your baby mama, them. You are participating, not just males, because these institutions, that's why women's suffering is required. We have erected collectively this Godhead of war with many tentacles and many masks and many faces. They are the one in the many. They are the all in the one and the one in the all. They are one. And they are contentious to the we are one. Mommy and I, they are contentious. And the only thing that they can produce is that which feeds their Godhead. And their Godhead is made mad in his satisfaction for despair and suffering, grief and fear, agony and anguish. And there's no amount of it. And there's no level of brutality that is too much for this malignancy that we have collectively been manipulated into generating this Godhead of war. And I'm trying to tell you, this is not just some spiritual articulation I'm trying to explain to you. I'm trying to explain to you as I have the last week. I don't know why she keep having me on this, but it's urgent, man. It's urgent. And without a proper understanding of what you are experiencing, where you are in real time, what you are experiencing, with a dynamic yet simply clear understanding of what you are up against, you will always come to the wrong conclusion. And if you come to the wrong conclusion about what the problem is, you will never come to the conclusion about how to end your suffering. Never. And that's what they bank on. They bank on it. They bank on it. This is a spiritual, listen, we are one. Our spirituality, our spiritual beliefs, our political beliefs, our daily life, our economic life, everything is one. There is no way to be like, I don't really get involved in politics. That is a position, a political position that you have just taken. There's a song that I love so much by this band Rush. Old band. They've been around since like the 70s, late 60s, early 70s. It's what is the name of that song? It's not Tom Sawyer. It's Free Will. Woo, that's my shit. That's the name of the song. Free Will. And there's like at the bridge, there's a line. And he says, if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. He has a really high voice. I don't. You can tell I'm more of a like contra alto out this joint. If you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. They're a very political band. They're a very gangster band. Okay. Everything they did was political. So, and then he says something about, I will choose free will, blah, blah, blah. That's the jam. But there is no bowing out There is no bound. As soon as you became alive, you became a part of the whole. That doesn't mean you don't have free will. It means you have free will. But even in your decisions, in your declaration of free will, child, you are creating something that is going to impact the whole. Whatever decision that you make, because it's yours to make, because you incarnated here to have a specific experience for yourself, every decision that you make, child, is not just creating something for yourself. It is a future you are contributing to. It is a future you are contributing to. It's a future you're contributing to. And this period remember I was telling y'all day before yesterday, this dude, man, I wish I would have got something to drink before I sat down. This dude was talking about, lost the thought just that fast. Anyway, the reason I even got on that whole thing is a future that you're contributing to. Oh, that's what it was. It was an astrologer. I can't remember the dude's name, but I saw him on Astrology Report on YouTube. This guy, the channel is Astrology Report. I really like this guy's take on astrology because it really, to me, to just learn the archetypes associated with astrology is not enough. You have to study astrology as a five-dimensional instrument that through the observation of past events, while at the same time recognizing patterns that exist in the present and all of the probabilities and possibilities being presented by these current astrological anomalies, gives you the same ability that our ancestors had. Do you think you separate from your ancestors? Do you think, because that's what this thing has taught you, that you're not as smart as your ancestors, that you can't do half what your ancestors did, and they attempted to create a world to make that so. So you don't have no skills, you feel me? You don't know how to build shit. They methodically, over time, remove the skills. That's why there aren't great dynamic music programs in public school anymore. Remove the skills. They know too much. Remove the skills. They do too much. Remove the skills. They do too much. Methodically, over long periods of time, so you don't see what they're doing. Because everything that you have access to, the ability, my father was a carpenter. The ability to, and my father was a carpenter who built his own business and left school in the 8th grade. My dad didn't have a high school diploma. He acquired enough skills in a public school program that in 8th grade, he was able to leave and be a woodworker. To this day, my mother is 69 years old. She has a bookshelf in her home right now that my daddy built for her when they were 16 years old. Do you hear me? With it like decorative bookshelf, not just put some square edges together and boom, like very artistic, the chiseling and real carpentry. She has that bookshelf right now. She's been married to my stepdaddy for 32 years. She still has that. No other furniture that we ever had in my whole lifetime. That bookshelf my mother still has in her house that my dad hand carved for her at 16 years old. And people be acting confused about why young people are so frustrated. These skills, the working of your mind and your flesh together, solving problems in real time. This is the weaving process. So they have this mountain of information in their brain, and they do not have the energetic, kinesthetic, material mechanisms of output to help channel and focus. That's deliberate, because they know that if you can bridge this, if you can create this bridge, this close the gap between all of this information coming into your skull, frustrating the hell out of you. And then you can learn some hands-on skills to start taking these little bits of information that don't seem related and like using them in real time to like solve some problems, like we did when we was kids. We didn't have the internet and all of that stuff, but we went outside with the skills that we had and the information that we had, trying to figure out how to build a tree fort, we were crazy. We were crazy too. Like we were real outdoorsy ruffians. We was real ruffians. And we were always up in there in groups. I told y'all I lived in a little trailer park called Hidden Valley Trailer Park. There was like 30 kids in the trailer park. We were always trying to work out, like, because we was bored. And there was no such thing as being bored, because guess what? I'm bored, you bored. Let's go outside and play and figure out what we can work out. Can we build a ramp that we can run our bike off of? Whatever. And I'm saying that because for a number of reasons. These human beings have left no stone. I want to reiterate it a million times. Whatever is being presented to you by your enemy, whatever is being presented to you as a good idea by your opposition, by those you know do not have your best interest at heart, they are, the red and the blue right now are in these halls that you don't have access to, plotting and scheming on how much we can give you just to pacify y'all and still be able to maintain this blood, this full-time drip that we got coming in. How can we give you enough to pacify you, just enough, without really giving you anything that changes your life? You feel me? So I'm listening to this kid, this little comedian that everybody loves, this little Negro comedian that everybody loves, the young kid. I forget his name. He from Alabama. Little young kid with the dreadlocks that everybody loves so much. Because, white people love little brown people who can make them laugh. And so the white people then gave this boy a career. And so now he got his own little talk show like Trevor used to have. The little black guy. And as I'm coming home to get ready for this thing, I'm looking at this little skit he did where he's talking about how Trump has just announced that he's going to give the working class, everybody in the working class and the middle class, a $2,000 check. And this man says, so he's going to take money from the rich to cut checks to the poor. He said, did Trump just stupid himself into a socialist act? He said, y'all don't say nothing. Let him do it. Because if he keep it up like this, we'll have free health care by December. I don't know how many ways. I don't know what it's going to take to help us to understand. Everybody's just laughing. First of all, Trump has been in office since January. What the hell is $2,000? What the hell is This kid said that he just stupid himself into a socialist act. Are you kidding me? Even to say that shit in jest is a grave slap in the face. Basically, they playing with y'all intelligence. Because they convinced that because they have sabotaged the educational system the way that they have consistently for 30 years, they are convinced that because of the enormous amount of neurotoxic food additives that they have put in your children's food over the last 30 years, they are convinced, they are really cocky and confident that they have done strategically what they need to do to ensure a quote American idiocracy. And so they play in your face. And then what they do is they will have agents acting like regular people who just trying to get a word from the street. They'll pay somebody to go out with a phone or with a camera interviewing the people who have been most gravely impacted by the imposed despair of this joint. They will go out and interview people who are obviously not well mentally, who are really downtrodden in their economic life, in their educational life. They will go and literally find these entities that they feel like are the caricatures of the worst to parade out in front of you. I'm telling you, this boy just said this shit today. And the announcement that Trump want to, quote, give people $2,000 a piece or whatever. You feel me? Give it 24 hours. Give it 48 hours. Give it till Wednesday. There will be no, I'm telling you, there will be no shortages of videos flooding TikTok, flooding your social media, of people having gone particularly into Black communities, into downtrodden communities, to ask their opinion about the $2,000 check, and people in a perpetual state of warfare. One directional warfare, traumatized into baseline psychoses, and that's who they will go to. Well, I just want to know what y'all think about the $2,000 check. Trump gonna cut. Well, you know, I thought Trump was a bad guy. I thought he was out here with that bullshit, but it looked like he trying to turn himself around. They will pay some downtrodden person. Look, I'll give you 20 books if you say, if when I turn on the camera, you say Trump is a good guy. This is a great thing Trump doing. Please act like y'all know the state. Please act like you know the state. You understand me? $2,000. If anything, that should make you more mad than you already have been. If anything, the insult of this megalomaniac who in February, they said that from November when he was elected to February, what did they say? The top 10% in the United States from November last year till February, his election alone had generated an additional $650 million to the top wealthiest, the top 10%. Was that the number? Was it 600? Was it 650 million or 65? It was 600. It was 650 million. Damn near overnight. That from February to May, 91 additional people in this here country became billionaires. In months from February to May, an additional 90 people became billionaires. Where do you think this money come from? Where do you think this money come from? I'm not being figurative. I'm being actually literal. Where do you think this money comes from? Why do y'all keep asking the same question? Why our government can be spending this money overseas, for wars and for our country's healthcare. They got free healthcare. How we ain't got free healthcare? Wait a minute. Stop allowing your opposition and your adversary to feed you the narrative of your understanding of what the hell is happening to you. Are they getting free healthcare over there in that country, formerly known as Palestine? Are they getting free health care? Hell no, they ain't getting free health care. Somebody had to pay for it. They may not have to pay out of pocket for anything. It may appear to be free to them. Doesn't mean it hasn't been paid for. Do you understand what I'm saying? You have to articulate your situation. You can't let somebody else who benefits from your oppression articulate and give you the understanding about what the hell is happening to you. $2,000. Your attitude should be, bitch, you owe me just for this year of trauma. You owe everybody in the United States of America at least $150,000 each, off rip, tax free. That's ours. It ain't no shit you giving to us as a gift. That's what we are owed from the robbery you allowed to you facilitated when you took office. $2,000. But y'all don't articulate shit right. They teach you to articulate in your existence, your understanding of your misery in a way that always legitimizes no matter what act of criminality they carry out against you. And I don't give a fuck who it is, whether it's the Supreme Court and they filthy selves. Do not be bigging up the long dread-headed woman who be fake staging an opposition to these tyrants who be doing this terrible stuff on this Supreme Court. Because what they say in the hood, you are who you hang with. You are who you hang with. You feel me? Who she hang with? Who she married to? Who she married to while she pump faking in your face? And they had to make sure that y'all was going to believe it. So they had to get a dark-skinned, nappy-headed, dread-headed woman. And when she got elected, she had some little cowrie shells in her hair. I said, look at these people playing in y'all goddamn face like this. Oh, they really desperate. Because this girl, she done, quote, got sworn in with cowrie shells in her hair. I said, they playing in y'all face. They stay playing in y'all face. Okay? While his administration, the first go around, walked back all these environmental protections, bare minimum environmental protections. Guess who he placed as the head of the EPA to make sure that y'all wouldn't buck back as he was walking back all these protections, specifically those that goddamn preserve your life if you're Black. If you are Black in the United States of America, you, more than anyone else except Native people, are the most likely to be the shortened life victim of environmental racism. That's why the laws had to be enacted in the first place. And so what did he do when he took office the first time? He got a braided, she had hair braided down her damn back. I don't remember the girl name. She had hair braided down like fresh dead braids. She had beautiful dark. I wish my skin was that dark. Beautiful dark ass skin. Beautiful sister. You know who this malignant tyrant was that he placed as the director of the EPA? This Black woman? Then everybody's like, oh my God, look at what a dynamic and multicultural cabinet he is appointing. Even though the Mexican woman, the chief of staff or whatever she was, the one that looked like a bulldog, he had all these females, all these colored females, and y'all took the bait, not knowing that you were literally consuming acid. All they had to do was be colored and have vaginas, and y'all was pacified. Meanwhile, every last one of his appointees, no matter how colored they were, had a diabolically wretched history. Do you know what this girl's history was? The woman that he appointed as the head of the EPA during his first administration. Do you know who she was? Who she had been for some time? I forget how many years, but years. She was the CFO of Monsanto. Of quite possibly, I mean, if you had to narrow them down, of satanically diabolical corporations on earth, Monsanto, if it ain't number one, is a half a hair from it. The amount of human sacrifices committed by Monsanto alone for the last 100 years, the food organization that started out as a weapons producing company, perfecting chemical and biological weapons during the First World War, this Monsanto who has staged a complete takeover of your food, this negress had been working as Monsanto's CFO for many years before being appointed as the director of the Environmental Protection Agency, who, even if it was just showing a bare minimum amount of face to the idea of resolving environmental racism, had still enacted laws that were much more rigorous than other places around the world where people do not have these protections. And so in order to walk back these protections, to walk back these laws that were too strict on the corporations that give people jobs, he put a Negro, a dark-skinned, nappy-headed, fresh braid done, dark-skinned sister to make sure that you were pacified. Maybe I need to go back. Maybe I need to go back. Maybe I need to go back. Maybe we need to go back and read some of these revolutionary writers of the past. Maybe instead of reading some old goddess stuff to y'all, maybe I need to go back and read like The Wretched of the Earth. Maybe I need to go back and read Guerrilla Warfare by Kwame Nkrumah. Maybe I need to go back to some of this revolutionary gangster shit where in the 1950s, they were crystal clear about what was happening. The transition that had to happen, where white people could not rule directly anymore, so they had to get proxies. They had to take these little black, brown, red, yellow babies into these Christian schools up in Europe, train them, give them an education, and then when they became a certain age, they could prop them up in these countries they came from, give them a little white wife to take with them, because this is aspirational. This aspirational to people who have been beaten down. That if he can go and get an education, and you see how smart he is, and he's so articulate, and he must be a good dude because they let him have one of their women. He must have did something right because they don't let him have one of their women, and they don't be doing that. And this has Kwame Nkrumah called it neocolonialism. White power and blackface. That's what he called it. White power and blackface. White power and brown face. White power and red face. White power and yellow face. That there was a point where because revolutions was jumping off all over the globe, and everybody knew who the enemy was. It was this white person in this land where don't white people live. This the enemy. And they was like, okay, this shit, we done played this shit out as long as we can. Now we gotta flip the script and rewrite the strategy. You feel me? This is the role that the church played in the later years. All these missionaries scattered all over the world. And everywhere they scattered is where colored folks is. To make sure that there is one among the colored that they can train and take under their wing to ensure that their interests are always met. Always. You understand? Maybe I need to walk back through some of this revolutionary gangster shit. Now, I ain't no socialist no more. But even not being a socialist anymore, the political science, because men are offered the opportunity to sit and strategize and think and contemplate and work out ideas that then they can talk to their, others around them. They're afforded that ability. They're afforded that ability to sit and reason and to allow their genius to bourgeon and to allow to be able to bounce these ideas off of one another so that it becomes a living instrument, a living institution that can set some shit off, on behalf of the group. But the problem is every single solitary where our folks, and I'm saying oppressed people, especially in the so-called created global South, in South America, Central America, Africa, and primarily Southeast Asia and China, everywhere that had adopted a socialist communist philosophy on, quote, the science of revolutionary warfare, because they accepted hook, line, and sinker the ideology of white foreigners. I'm talking about the Soviet Union, of white foreigners, and tried to superimpose without doing any kind of tailoring of the ideology to make the ideology something that is malleable and shapeable for your peculiar experience and worldview, to take and attempt to superimpose this dogmatic implement this dogmatic ideology of a socialist revolution, of the quote the revolution led by the proletariat in arms, and so it always has to be some educated person that can lead the revolution across the board. It always has to be some college educated somebody that can lead the revolution, because regular everyday people can't do that. You feel me? Y'all ain't smart enough to understand the science of revolution. You ain't really even able to understand the real nature of your exploitation. You feel me? You need me to articulate and teach and explain to you how you fucked up. I'm telling you, I spent more than 15 years in hardcore Black nationalist, African internationalist, revolutionary, veteran, cadre style organization. I did work with organizations that have been actually doing the work on the ground, shaping this ideology since the 1950s, working under old heads who was literally about that life, bobbing and weaving, having to go underground. The stories that I could tell y'all would shake you to your core. The stories that I could tell y'all coming from these elders, like, we don't hear stories like that anymore. And the problem and the weakness of it is like, we can look and we can really romanticize our history, our past. That's what our enemy relies on us doing, by the way, is having these feel good, romanticized articulations of the successful revolutionary struggles of the past. And so we wear t-shirts with Che, and we wear t-shirts with Fidel. Ask me how I know, because y'all can go on my Etsy store right now. Half that shit I ain't even taken off my Etsy store yet, of all my little militant bracelets, revolutionary book covers, and the mug shots of all the great revolutionaries who got hemmed up by the police. But you go to these countries, all of them, and find a one where these successful revolutionary struggles of the past have created any kind of identifiable forward motion that looks like the complete and total liberation in an egalitarian society, spearheaded by revolutionary socialist scientists, scientific socialists, where the women and the children's conditions are at least exactly the same as prior to the socialist revolution, and in some of these countries worse. So men, strategic, hardcore, studious, genius minds of the revolutionary movements of the 1950s and 60s, you feel me? And organizations that refuse to eat all of them. Mexican, Native, South American, Black, African, don't matter, all of them refuse to acknowledge patriarchy as a cornerstone pillar for this monstrosity that we identify as imperialism. You feel me? And in your mind, patriarchy is not one of the foundational pillars. If it ain't the head cornerstone of this institution that we know as imperialism. They'll say imperialism, but you be a female talking about some patriarchy, talking about some misogyny in any one of these organizations. They'll punk fake and they'll show face, because they need the energy of women to validate that shit. They need the actual labor of women to validate that shit, because ain't nobody joining no revolutionary organization and there ain't no women in the organization. Because if a person from the outside in looking at an all-male revolutionary organization, they know ain't no work getting done. You hear me? They know ain't no work getting done. There's a bunch of men behind closed doors. We used to call it shit. conscious battle rapping. We used to call it conscious battle rapping. Because every political event you went to, man, it would be dope and serious. And we talking about real work and how to bring the community together and do block work so that we can empower people from block to block and this and that and this and that. And while we in there having workshops and deep, not shit that's just in your head, but that can actually change you as a person. You feel me? We up in there doing workshops. Every event that I ever organized in Florida, that's where I was an organizer most of my adult life. Every event that I organized, one was always standing room only, always. Two, because people when I first started organizing there, people was like, girl, how you gonna have a 4-hour event? How you gonna get Black people to stay at an event for 4 hours? How you gonna get Black people to stay at a political event for 4 hours? How you think you gonna do that? I was like, I got skills, bitch. Watch my smoke. And every event that I did, no matter how deeply political it was, I always had culture woven into it. I always had performers, always. I always had performers. I always had a marketplace inside the event. My biggest frustration was to go to somebody else's event and all of the vendors are outside the event in a hallway somewhere where they cannot access this potentially impactful information that's happening inside. I was like, I didn't do that. I had all of my vendors inside the event, and then on my agenda, I would have intermissions specifically so that people could go and purchase from the vendors throughout the event so they could make their money. You feel me? I always had culture intertwined, even if it was a panel discussion. And the last thing is I always had a functional workshop. So no matter what the topic of discussion was, no matter what the panel discussion was about, there was going to be an active, hands-on workshop of some skill that we all need. And you are always going to leave an event of mine with a skill that you did not have before, a skill that you can actually walk out the door and implement in your life right away that you did not have before you stepped into the room of my event, the door of my event. I was always facilitating with myself or with others. I would hire other people, CPR and first aid administration. Every event, I had the local Nation of Islam. I don't fuck with the Nation of Islam's philosophy, ideology, but they Black people living in a state that is hostile towards Black people. That was enough for me. Y'all want to come over here and do a workshop on how to can and jar your own food? Because they had 80 acres of land in Florida, the local Nation of Islam, where they grew their own food and distributed it through the branches of the Nation of Islam. And so the sisters would come and they would teach us how to prep, can, and jar our own food. I had a classmate that I went to acupuncture school with who was he was a Marine. He had been a Marine, and then I guess he had served his time or whatever you call it in he retired from the Marines, and he was still active Coast Guard. But he was top tier weapons training, hand-to-hand combat, self-defense, weapons, self-defense. He even taught self-defense to children. He did presentations at damn near every last one of my events. Look, you was gonna leave you wasn't gonna come to my event and say that show was a nice event. That show was a lot of good information that they was just talking about, good things in history that they was just talking about. That was nice. Not on my watch. Not to this day, not on my watch. You gonna get something that you can use in your life. You gonna leave here with a skill you didn't have the day before. And the hope is that you would reproduce the skills with others. So I would listen. Florida was different. Florida was different than where I'm living now. It's much harder. It's much more. I'm not saying harder. It's much more complicated to do that style of organizing here. It really, really is. There's a kind of territorialism that happens here, and so it's a little more complicated. I'm not going to say it's harder. It's just you have to evaluate your strategy when you come to a new place, especially a place that's out west where blackness, if you will, is more dissipated. You feel me? It's easy, really, to be an organizer in the South because everybody black in the country is in the South. I mean, the majority of black people on the whole continent is right there in the South. It's much easier to rally people around certain ideas. That kind of organizing, though, that happened in the South, I just really feel like it was such a wonderful period, man. But males ruined the moment. And if we do not go back and analyze our own political failures, I'm talking about people as groups, people as communities, this hyper romanticizing of our past that prevents us from being really analytical and astute about recognizing what we did right in this moment, what we did wrong in this moment, being honest about it, not as a way to, quote, talk bad about your ancestors. It is to say that our ancestors were humans. Our ancestors were flawed. Patriarchy, especially in Black spaces, was extremely pronounced in these organizations. And this is the impact. This is the impact that it had on what could have potentially been a game-changing moment in human history, not only for Black people, but everybody up in here. That if patriarchy had not been seated in every last one of these organizations, if half the members of the organization, the female half, had been empowered, completely and totally empowered and raised up inside these organizations, we might be looking at a different United States of America right now today. So if we keep doing that shit, every time some shit jump off, every time it look like we about to make a political swell, all of us are fucked up in here. There ain't a person in America that is not fucked up in the game, baby. Black, from black to white, and all the races in between, from male to female, and all the genders in between, from the newborn to the aged. Everybody is suffering in this work state called America, this plantation called America. You understand me? And the only people not suffering are the only ones who don't give a damn about your suffering, don't give a damn about your life, about your conditions at all. As soon as they get their million and then they start growing their millions, child, out of sight, out of mind, out of sight, out of mind. And so if we cannot keep expecting that reds or blues or greens or independents have any interest, they have no incentive to fight for your life. They have no incentive to fight for your life. If you still need to go through the motions of voting for representatives, that's on you. No harm, no foul, no shade your way. If that is something that still resonate with your heart chakra for you to do, to be a good, responsible American citizen, as you are literally watching this thing crumble before your eyes, and that's all you do? That's all you do? This is not the day that we have to be dynamic. We have to be dynamic human beings. We have to be dynamic human beings. And what I mean by that is we have to acknowledge that we have not only a right, you guys, we have an utmost responsibility to channel our rage. It is our responsibility to channel our rage, to use it, to coax it, to nurture it. It is okay, not okay. It is our responsibility to tap into, to coax up out of our very primordial rage. This is a long project that we have been forced to survive through. We got a lot of stored up rage, ancestral stored up rage, unspoken rage, swallowed down like hot coals rage, being quiet when someone is literally aggressing against our body and tells us it's their God-given right to do so. We have enough rage to unleash on this joint in a productive way, man, in a productive way. Not only a productive way, in an exciting way, in a sexy way. I'm telling you. In a sexy way. Listen, all the things. If you a female who wants to channel your rage in your peculiar way to help set this shit off in your way, is that you are more a mask presenting lesbian, and you want to tap into your masculine energy to set that shit off, do that. If you are a femme presenting lesbian, and you don't ever leave the house without your makeup on and your hair laid just right and your brows done, and baby, just make sure you got a cute little garter belt up under your mini skirt with that little cute pink piece attached to your side. Do that. I'm here for all of that shit. If you are a stripper who wants to channel your rage in your particular expression of sexual artistry, do that. Don't be there simply to entertain, to get your coins. You can use your sexual body, your absolute what is the word? Your carnal, deep, untapped lust and rage to impact the room. You can do that. We got to be doing different shit, yo. That if you're going to be up on a pole, baby, unleash the serpent on the pole. Not just the sexual serpent, the serpent that is the Shakti. She is the creator and the destroyer all at once. Release the Shakti up on that pole. Make them mofos that's up in there with them dollar bills know they can't walk out the room without unhanding all their coins. I'm telling you, you can communicate with your rage in a way that is invigorating, that gives life to those who cannot articulate or even understand, can't even comprehend what the hell is happening to them, but everybody knows something is wrong with them. Everybody. That's all I see. When I see these weirdo incel far right weirdo who they was the poor nerd that got beat up. Why does every single far right commentator have to be the weird poor guy that you would have felt pitiful for in high school because everybody picked on him? He was the object of everybody's jokes. You would have felt bad for him. How do they become the face of masculinity? This is who? Trump? How does this happen? I'm going to tell you how it happens because I'm always going to drop science on you. Science is the world. Science is everything in the world. It is. Where you seeing people like CK and Nick Fuentes and what's the dude Tucker and even Epstein. How do we live in an age where the spineless, the characterless Bezos and Elon and how do we live in a world, child, where the spineless, where the most awkward, we're not just because I don't be talking bad about people who are like, they just ain't found their swag yet. Like the high school little weirdo nerd guy who just ain't found his rhythm yet. That ain't never been me to pick on them. But when they through sinister dealings, through using science and math, most of them didn't even do that. They just relied on the mediocrity of their whiteness to get them to the place where they could rob the world. Most of them aren't even brilliant. They're just good thieves. And they know that whiteness will always be the thing that they can fall back on to leave them blemishless. Always. But it's just so interesting to me how even good looks, how even, being debonair is not even a requirement to be the poster child for the lifestyles of the rich and famous anymore. Why does every single billionaire that you can name in the United States of America look like a cretin? They shape funny. They talk funny. And don't nobody come up on here talking about Elon and his goddamn autism. I do not want to hear it. I am so exhausted on people who are brutalizing the planet, always being able to weaponize real issues for actual human beings who aren't malignant, maniacal megalomaniacs, who all of a sudden, the most diabolical people on earth can rely and weaponize, quote, coming out. And coming out becomes an explanation for their diabolically monstrous behavior. How the LGBTQIA population isn't out on the street with pitchforks and what you call them things, torches, is beyond me. This trash, this garbage they just tried to pull on y'all over the last 48 hours. And baby, and you straight people took the bait, child. Took the bait. Cracking jokes like it's funny. Cracking jokes, making ha-has. Oh, I didn't know they got down like that. Oh my God, I didn't know. But it makes sense because Trump dude got a soft body. It would make sense that he a bottom. The last 48 hours of this shit has blown my mind. Like, we are not in an actual all-out aggression against our right to exist right here in America. And this is what y'all spent the last 48 hours on, disseminating out into the universe. Oh, it do make sense. It do. Nobody should have gave a single word of attention to this so-called revelation between two malignant maniacs. But because they know you will take the bait, and any energy you can give to them feeds them. Do you think that they care that y'all talking about they gay? Do you think at all? They give a damn that you done found out that men of power always see sex as a weapon of conquest and as a demonstration of power. All the time, every time. This is not new. This is not new. Go back to the ancient Rome and Greek that this weirdo Gavin Newsom been holding up for the last 2 weeks. Go back and look at what was socially, sexually acceptable in terms of the appetites of the only people quantified as citizens in Greece and Rome. Wealthy males. Wealthy land-holding males. And the reason I had to walk that back is because not everybody in ancient Greece and ancient Rome that were people of power were white. Wealthy land-owning males were the only people that had rights as citizens in ancient Greece and Rome. So when Gavin Newsom be saying that, somebody throw a shoe at his head. Say, I know what you're saying. And ain't nobody going back to slavery. Because that's what he's saying. And his policies support that. They talk all over your head. They romanticize everything they say. And then you fall for the okie doke and be laughing and giggling when they are literally in your face, man. Right here in your face. Not even far away, not even subtle, not behind closed doors, not behind, in your face. Trying to steal as much of your life essence as they can to keep you just enough alive to continue to feed their wealth. That's it. They're like, these American workers, they done got too comfortable. They got too much. And whatever excess they got, that belong to us. That's their position. Y'all done got too comfortable. Look, we going all around the world. We seeing these Arab countries that got their women all the way down here. We can get more out of these motherfuckers over here. We can get more out of these Americans. We done gave them too many liberties. They done got comfortable over here. They really think they free over here. So let us just remind them real quick. Here's your Democrat. This is a Democrat, Gavin Newsom. talking about the grand, the glorious Greek democracy and the wonderful Roman Republic in your face, and not an interviewer, not a commentator. Nobody on the internet has challenged a word he's said, as he said it over and over and over again for the last 2 weeks. They tell you in your face what their intentions are for you. You don't care to listen. You do not want to hear what they're telling you. They tell you in your face with the disappearing of upwards of 150,000 people in 3 months. They tell you in your face what they have in store for you. And we're the only creatures on earth who do not defend our lives, who have been trained and propagandized for a very long time that self-preservation is not something that we have a right to. That the only way power can respect anything that we have to say as an opinion is if you soften your voice, remove the bass from your voice a little bit, watch your facial expressions when you talk to me. You seem angry. Can you just calm down? You're sounding a little aggressive. It's making me uncomfortable. Uncomfortable, bitch, you got your boot on my neck. I still can't really understand. I really don't comprehend where you're coming from. Really? Maybe if you said it a different way. I'm telling you, our rage is going to save us. Our sexuality is going to save us. Our audacity is going to save us. Our arrogance is going to... Let me tell you why it's going to save us. You want to know why there's a bunch of nerds who done seized possession of the global economy? Not even nerds. It's an insult to nerds. They're not nerds. We have to come up with a new word for these dudes. Because you don't qualify as a nerd if your ass is dumb as a box of rocks and you just happen to be able to steal well. And once you have stolen enough, you have the ability now to pay, an army, if you will, to create an army of protection around you to protect your mediocrity, to shield your exposure of mediocrity. Because most of these dudes that are billionaires, it's really concerning to me how we collectively, after all the struggles, after all the hell we done gave to the state since we've been up in here in the United States of America, brown people, black people, red people, yellow people, poor white workers in the along the Mason-Dixon line, in the coal mines and this and that. Everybody done stayed popping shots. Every time they get out of line, every time they try that bullshit, the class raise up, knock them down a couple of pegs. Doesn't mean that you have been victorious. It means you got some licks off, and they watching how you fight and watching how you maneuver and watching what you respond to. As soon as they get their little jaw punch, they go right back to the drawing board, not miss a beat, figure out how to reposition their pawns on the chessboard and get right back to work without missing a beat. You think a little legislation, you think a little vote from the SCOTUS, you think a little new bill is a victory, so you retreat. You pop your shots off, you don't advance. When you see your opposition weak, when you see, oh shit, we got them, you retreat, you fall back. Give them time to recuperate. Give them time to recover. You don't advance to ensure the victory. You don't say, we're going to keep the pressure. If this is where the shot destabilizes, causes the knees to buckle a little bit, we need to, all of us, even if we don't like each other, all of us need to pounce on them at the same time. At the same time, I don't have to like you. You don't have to like me for right now. You don't have to like me. I don't have to like you. But when we see this singular entity whose head is right here in the United States of America and his tentacles is spread the hell out all over the planet Earth, and we see the moment where he got a little bit shaky. We don't go back. Have y'all ever even watched an MMA match? Have you ever even watched a boxing match? You don't fall back a little bit to give your opponent time to get his mind back right. You wobble his jaw and then you pounce on his ass. If you and me and yo folk, if you native and you Mexican and you black and you white and you Asian of some kind, and you all got similar circumstances, varying experiences that are peculiar to you and your culture, but y'all all got the same general experience. That is how are we working more and making less? How is it that this dude is talking about mortgages of 50 years and ain't nobody took to the streets like the old days with torches and goddamn pitchforks talking about not the motherfucking, ain't nobody going to work. Nobody going to work. Because every penny that they own is because they are bleeding you dry. Bleeding you dry. There would be no billionaires if you decided today, I'm not going to work. And I'm not going to work until I get what's mine. Until these people unhand my coins. To you, that might just be what their own economic thinkers say. That there's nowhere in this country where a person who graduates high school, who doesn't want to stay at home but doesn't want to go to college, there's not a single city in the country right now today where a single 18-year-old can work a regular 40-hour job making minimum wage and afford a place to live. That is new. That is new. That's a new phenomenon. It's not even new like since we entered into the 2000s. It's new like within the last decade, maybe within the last decade. That there's literally right now statistically not a single city where you can go where you can be 18 years old, work a full-time job for minimum wage and pay for a one-bedroom apartment for yourself. This is what robbery looks like. This is what robbery looks like. You understand? The myriad of ways of what their own economists, the government's own economist says that everybody in this country, the minimum wage for a person to be able to live a decent life in this country, the minimum wage is $30 an hour. $30 an hour is what you should be making, adjusting for the rate of inflation. They tax, inflation after inflation after inflation after inflation, but your wage ain't changed. That's robbery. That's robbery. That's robbery. You understand what I'm saying? And so we're going to have to be articulating something different. This Negro sitting up there with the following that he has, he'd been given this platform. Somebody told him to say that dumbass shit, by the way. Talking about $2,000. Do he know he just stupided himself into a socialist moment? Don't nobody say nothing so we can get this $2,000. If we keep it up like this, we'll have free health care by December. Are you insane? Why would you even say that to people? Even under the guise of jest. Why would you say that to? Why would that be the analysis that you form your mouth and use your precious breath to articulate into the world? Knowing that you've had this history of being pretty thoughtful and sharp about your political understanding of the world. So it means you got bought. It means somebody gave you a script that was going to presume that everybody in the country was stupid. $2,000. Do y'all even know? Do y'all even recall what kind of madness we just lived through in this year? The perpetual beatdown that we have taken since the beginning of this year. 350,000 Black women lost their goddamn jobs this year. 350,000 Black women, the community most impacted by the walking back of safety nets that shouldn't even be needed in this country. Nobody's saying that. Why would he do away with DEI? It ain't nobody using the bass in their voice to sternly condemn what the hell is happening here. Everybody wants to talk within the context and the constraints presented by your adversary to, quote, get a seat at the table to express your concerns. You need to call your senator if you're really concerned about the state of affairs in your state. You have a representative. 78 of the 100 of which are millionaires. 78, man, of the 100 senators in this country are multimillionaires. Shut up about calling a senator. He doesn't give a damn about your life. If it makes you feel better to sit on the phone, waiting, listening to elevator music to, quote, leave a message with your senator while he is still pocketing the contributions and shit that allowed him to be a multimillionaire while still garnering $175,000 a year salary for doing nothing but wearing the title of a senator? I just saw something today about the extraordinary number of Congress people, because there's no time limit to how long you can serve in Congress. Did you know that? Did you remember that from your civics class? There's no time limit to how long you can serve in Congress. And the woman was saying how many Congress people are in Congress right now who are over the age of 80, and another portion of that have already transversed the mark of 90. One of whom had been scammed out of $4,500 because she is suffering active dementia, was robbed, scammed out of this money because these people said that they were there to, forget what they said, they was there, do some kind of service for her. And because she is not in her right mind, they were able to scam her out of $4,500. She is an active, sitting congressperson running for re-election, and she is in active dementia. Why would they allow her to occupy that seat that long? Because even as she is a Black woman, they need, listen, there are 332 multimillionaires sitting in Congress right now. 332. 332, and they cannot age out of this position. She has held this position for 40 years. For 40 years. There are others who have been holding that position since they were outspoken racist in opposition to civil rights legislation. There are still Congress people sitting up in the Congress making decisions about your life as they got one toe in the grave. Still based on the malignancy that they were outspoken about when they took the office in the 1950s and in the 1960s. And people are like, that's just how it is. Is it though? The whole purpose of a, quote, democracy is not just, quote, obeying the law and voting for your leaders. It is about the ability to change the laws that no longer serve. Ain't nobody having that discussion. No, I haven't heard one person yet, not yet, in a year, say, no, what's really wrong is not the system the way that it is. What is really wrong is that these laws, well, it is legal. It is the law, though. It is in the Constitution, though. And ain't nobody saying, well, goddamn, it's about time we change the Constitution again. If y'all want to stay hogtied to the Constitution, that ain't my position. But if y'all want to stay hogtied to the Constitution, based on my time estimates, it's been a hell of a long time since y'all added any amendments or removed some shit from the Constitution. Sound like to me, we need to say it's about time that we rework this document that everybody's so hogtied to. We can't keep using the instruments of our adversary and expecting that the conditions of our lives are going to somehow get better. That the contradictions aren't going to deepen and deepen and deepen and deepen, which they have. Which they have. Ain't nobody saying, well, yeah, that might be the law, but motherfucker, let's change the law. It's that simple. If enough of us agree on it, and enough of us say, this the new law, because this many of us agreed on it, what y'all gonna do? Do you understand what I'm saying? America has an origin. America has a beginning. And in that beginning, the day before the United States became the United States, when the 13 colonies and y'all founding fathers decided we gonna draft these documents, and this is the official beginning of the United States of America. And nobody has wavered from that decision. But the day before, there was no United States of America. It was just 13 colonies doing their own thing on their own terms. Just the day before, the literal day before. And just as easily as these founding fathers got behind closed doors and wrote in ink a conspiracy that y'all hold up, give breath to, breathe your life force on, kill each other for, have sex over. Y'all are doing all the ritual work for them. You're doing all the ceremonial work to maintain their inevitability. They're like, as long as people believe the system, as long as people believe the forefathers, as long as they believe that they were forefathers, as long as they believe that they were these good, righteous men who received a downward, into a divine intervention from up on high that had them magically dictate this sacred document that would become the United States. As long as people believe that shit, we cool. They will not deviate. And we big it up. We make these big monuments. We put it in a glass box that nobody can get to. The more sacred we make it, the more sacred they will treat it. The more lifeblood they will give to it, the more sweat they will give to it, the more extra jobs they will work to give to it, the more stressed out they will be to give to it, the more fearful they will be in the pursuit of it, the more blood they will shed in pursuit of it. They'll do all the magic work for us. They'll do all the more they sell their bodies for it, they'll do all the magic work for it. They'll do all the we ain't even got to do shit. We can just lay back. We can just coast from this point. Because they done fell for the okie doke. They done fell for the age-old okie doke. The regular everyday person who was born like everybody else. Emperors were born like everybody else. They had to squeeze their head through a vagina like everybody else. So these people born like everybody else have to create a process where they seem more mystical and magical than the rest of us. So every single one of them come up with the story about how they were born mortal. But they actually are God incarnate. And y'all love that story so much that any cult leader that says, I'm the reincarnation of Jesus Christ, y'all fall in line. I was watching this documentary the other day. It's funny. It's like a satirical documentary on the history of the most notorious cults, but it is done in satire. It's actually a documentary, but it's done in satire. And the name of it was on Netflix. It's called How to Become a Cult Leader. Everybody should watch it. Everybody. So I actually appreciate that it was done satirically, because I've seen every cult documentary there is to see. Every single one. There's a thread of connection between them all. Several, 3 at least, primary threads of connection between them all. But you have to watch them all so that you can see clearly where that thread of connect. Oh, see, there it is again. What do they all have in common? Up there it is again. Right? And and they're always monstrous and diabolical and shit. So I really appreciated this documentary. It's called How to Become a Cult Leader, because it was done, comedically, but still, highlighting what each one of these cults did, what they were notorious for, and what, contributed to their inevitable end if they ended. Several of these cults are still very much functioning. But it's interesting because in it, the way that they shape it is like, okay, so you want to be a cult leader, right? That's how it comes up. You want to be a cult leader. Well, we're going to teach you how to be a cult leader by learning what to and what not to do based on, I think it was like the top 10 most infamous cults in global history. And so they're going through it like that. It's me, because it's easy to watch. They're not really focusing on like the specifics of the diabolatry that took place in these cults. They like allude to the diabolatry, but if you know anything about any of these cults, they don't have to be explicit. You feel me? Which I appreciated about that. They could teach you about the cults without it being graphic or too much. It's worth watching. It really, really is, because I'm telling you, I'm upset about about how mediocrity in this moment being propped up as the face of utmost, quote, wealth and leadership in the world, especially in the United States of America. I can joke about it, but I'm actually deadly serious because this represents a very peculiar thing to watch. I personally think it's probably more than just this one thing, but I think what we're looking at, and I talk to y'all about it all the time, I think that what we're looking at, not only with the president and his cabinet, you feel me, but also with all of his homies who are all as equally diabolically awkward. So I'm not talking about awkward like you're young and you just hadn't found your footing yet. I'm talking about diabolically, almost deliberately awkward and deliberately weird and like deliberately unattractive. You hear me? I feel like deliberately unattractive, deliberately awkward, deliberately swag deficient. You feel me? Yes, that's a good one. Swag deficient. You feel me? And I've been really puzzling over this because, I did a live a few weeks ago called Revenge on the Nerds as a play off of Revenge of the Nerds. And then I put this collage of all these billionaires, US billionaires. And I'm like, there wasn't one among them that could even remotely pass as attractive. Or, how there are certain people you can just look into their eyes. You can look at their face and say, oh, that's a sharp one right there. That motherfucker right there is smart. You can tell there's something about their aura. You can tell they smart, right? That didn't exist anywhere on this collage. I'm like, why? When did this happen? And these weirdo, deliberately awkward, deliberately ugly, deliberately unattractive, deliberately swag deficient billionaires who become the face of what wealth and, quote, right, hardcore, radical, right-leaning power is. And this is the example of the strong man who wants a strong, traditional family. And he's a weirdo. Like, he is in no way the archetype of what any woman would be attracted to on their own merit. Not money, not any of that. Like, one-on-one, who are you? Because y'all be talking shit about women, and women give y'all more grace than y'all would deserve. Women perpetually give y'all more grace than y'all deserve. Y'all ain't got nothing but venom for women, but women be giving y'all way more grace than you deserve. Because I know too many sisters who you ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. But if you are a good human being who is making identifiable efforts and leaps towards your ambitions, you treat people like human beings. You ain't, you know what I'm saying? You are not like socially inept. A woman will fall in love if you halfway good looking. You ain't even got to be fine. You can be halfway good looking. And a woman will see your potential and clean you up, take you to the barber. You feel me? Get you shaped up, cleaned up. I just watched Two Can Play That Game last night. And the story, because, Bobby Brown was in the movie as the second girl, Boo. And when she found him, he was butt ugly. This was the dude that fixed her car. Butt ugly. His teeth was jacked. His teeth looked like he had been using his teeth as can openers his whole life. His grill was janky. He had a Jerry curl. He couldn't talk right because his teeth were so messed up. And because he had a little swag in his come on game. All he had was swag. The man was poor. He was a mechanic. So he wasn't balling out of control. All he had was swag. And this good looking, well accomplished, young black woman was like, you know what? I'll give you a chance. Cleaned him up, got his grill fixed. You understand? So y'all be lying. All this madness y'all be talking about, black women gold diggers and don't want nobody for y'all be like, because if you have me tell it, myself included, women in general and black women in particular Child, it's been our key fault. It's been our key fault for way too long. Is to see the God potential in you and attempt to meet you there and raise you up into your God self, only to end up exploited in the end. To see the God in you, to see the potential in you, to attempt to meet you where you are, to raise you up out of the abyss imposed on you by somebody else. And then we become your enemy once you get what you got. Once you come up, once you raise up, we become public enemy number one. Well, you ain't never let me feel like a man. You feel me? We give you so much grace. We give you way too much room. And that's probably our fault. That's why y'all ain't evolved. Because we do too much for you. If you have me tell it, I think in general, without being able to articulate it, most women in the world, we're soft-hearted. I believe that. I believe that the reason women continue to get caught up in these relationships that always exploit them is because our collective sons are sick with patriarchy. But in addition to that, because they are soldiers of the Lord, you understand? They soldiers of the Lord. Whether they go to church or not, boo. Whether they're Christian or not, boo. They all soldiers of the Lord. They are trained to be soldiers of the Lord from infancy. They are trained to be soldiers of the Lord from infancy. And who is the Lord's arch nemesis? It's his mother. It's the baby's mama. It's your mother. Your mother. And all the iconography and all the propaganda and all the TV and all the shows and all the cartoons and all the radio and all the stuff. You are constantly, your little baby brain is being constantly fed with images that are antagonistic to you loving your mother and anyone who looks like your mother, meaning anybody female. So you be conflicted because you love your mama and you love because you remember the closeness of your mama. So you long for closeness with women, with females. But at the same time that you long for closeness with females, you hate females because you are an aptly conditioned and propagandized soldier of the warlord. That's what's wrong with you. So every incel in the world be talking about submissive women and traditional wives and why women don't want to have sex with us no more. And instead of go, because y'all love war so much anyway, since you love war so much anyway, why don't you instead go to war with the patriarch in your head that is sabotaging your opportunity for closeness and affection? Because it ain't our fault. And y'all can't keep saying it's women's fault. Y'all can't keep saying it's women's fault that you are sexless, that you haven't had a girlfriend in 10 years, that you are having such a hard time finding closeness. You can't keep saying it's women's fault. You can't. You can't rely on that. Because nothing in the world statistically would have you come to that conclusion except madness. Because if women didn't like men, why are people still having babies? Every day of the week, every day of the week, every minute of the day, somebody is still squeezing out a whole human out of her body out of love for you. She done sacrificed her whole uterus. And depending upon how big that baby was, she done sacrificed her uterus, her rectum, her bladder, her reproductive organs. She done sacrificed her titties. Her titties about to start sagging and get some stretch marks in there. She done sacrificed... She done sacrificed her digestive function because that baby done literally for 9 months shifted all her internal organs out permanently out of place to make room for his petition to live. So y'all can't keep relying on that. And y'all let these billionaires, because I'm telling you that's what it is. I know the state. Incels are deliberate agents of the state. They are not victims like somebody whispering in their ear. Or they just believe this because they really believe it because they Christians. I don't believe any one of these big, like, perpetually put out in the world, incel, hard, right-leaning, oh my God, we just need bitches to act right, guys, or whatever. They are not innocent. They are not like, okay, you just are conditioned and you are just a victim of your conditioning and you just need to get your mind right. That ain't what I'm talking about. These dudes, there ain't a one. I am willing to bet there is not a one that is not directly or indirectly on the payroll of the CIA or the FBI or one of the myriad of billionaires whispering into the ear their needs as the primary, quote, funders of the entire United States government. These lobbies. What is it? 32% or 32 of the major lobbies are Israeli-based lobbies. 32 of the top lobbies in the United States are Israeli lobbies. So you think your vote matters? If you keep saying that dumbass shit if you want to, that your vote. I'm talking about your because I don't vote in presidential elections. I vote in local elections. Do that. But if you think that you don't walk into the little box and you done made an impact on the United States of America at the federal level, child, there ain't nothing I can say to you. There ain't nothing else I can show you, teach you, tell you. Because that is the impact of the full-on acceptance of make-believe. Full-on acceptance of make-believe, which is required. The same unwavering belief you have in America in the, quote, electoral process has a soil bed that it's steeped in. That soil bed is your undying, unwavering, unchallenging belief in the Bible, in the Quran, in the Torah. You don't ask no questions. This is the holy inspired word of God directly penned by his homies. And you literally read the words literally. So in your brain, you really believe that Moses took a stick that had at one time turned into a snake, you feel me, and then turned back into a stick so he could turn a river into blood and so he could part the entirety of the Red Sea and his poor victimized people would be able to walk across on dry land. You feel me? Y'all literally believe that. Ask me how I know, because I literally believed it. This is the shit my nightmares as a child was made of. Or Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego being sentenced to death and had to be put in the furnace. And then Jesus, the Holy Spirit, when they put the three men in the fire, everybody was in awe because they only put three men in the fire, and instead of screaming and lamenting from being burned alive, they were standing upright, walking in the fire. But instead of being three, there was four, and this was the presence of the Holy Spirit. And as a child, hearing these stories and being taught that these are literal, not metaphorical, literal, actual stories. The other thing that it does is really diabolical, to be taught these stories as literal, actual occurrences, that for whatever reason, human beings have gotten so bad. We're so bad that we don't see miracles anymore. Why don't we see miracles like this anymore? I used to ask my daddy that. Like, dang, Daddy, there were so many miracles in the Bible. Like, why there ain't miracles no more? Why there ain't miracles no more? Why can't we see the pillar, the cloud pillar that led the people of the Hebrew people out of Egypt by day, and the pillar of fire that they followed by night? How come we can't see stuff like that no more? When the last time somebody parted anybody of water with a stick? How come we don't see? Why is there a war in Palestine when the Bible say that the Israelites, that the Hebrews were so powerful that all Joseph had to do was to get the trumpet players and tell the soldiers to say these words. And for 7 days, we're going to circle Jericho 7 times. Playing the mighty trumpet, singing the mighty songs, and we gonna chant down the walls of Jericho. That's what the Bible saying. That Jericho, the impenetrable, that they ain't bust no rocks. They ain't have no one of those catapults with the stones. They have to do none of that. All they had to do was march around counterclockwise. What is Widdershins? Those of you who've been following my channel any particular period of time, when you dance counterclockwise, when you march counterclockwise, when you walk counterclockwise around an object that you are focused on, what does that mean? Somebody remind me what that means. Why Joseph in the Old Testament had instructed his army to march counterclockwise around the walls of Jericho while blowing the sacred trumpet and singing the sacred song. Anybody remember that story? I had to memorize the Bible, so I remember these stories with great detail. Anybody remember why they had to do that? They stole that from the goddess too. That to dance counterclockwise around any object of focus is to dance a dance of destruction, that object, or what that object represents. Isn't that something? Does that remind y'all of anything? Anybody? The dance of destruction, dancing, marching counterclockwise around an object. Does that remind anybody of anything? Anybody? Venture a guess? Something modern, something today. With this iconography is always in our face, yet we don't think twice about it. Thank you, Royal. Let's get it. Royal, let's get it. She says, don't the Muslims walk around the black box at Mecca? Yes. Yes. Scores of thousands, all dressed in white, dancing around the black box at Mecca counterclockwise. Don't that sound familiar? The Mayspring pole, they dance clockwise because the Mayspring pole happened around a time where they were doing sexual rites, or they would do the Mayspring pole at weddings. This is like ancient Nordic, Northern European traditions where they would do the May flag pole at weddings, because eventually the wife and the groom gonna go home and get busy. The May flag pole was danced clockwise, because clockwise is the generative energy and counterclockwise is the destructive energy. Everybody knew they was about to go home and get busy. That's the origin of the May flag pole is a sex rite. Feel me? So anyway, I said I was just going to read to y'all because I really didn't want to talk, but I guess there's so much to say these days. And the bottom line is can you see? Can you see? Not with the eyes that your Father God have given you, but with your first eye that your mother wants to remain clear, so that your visual eyes that lead you through this world do not lead you astray. Let's see, it's 252. I think I am going to read a little bit too. I was going to read from this. If you don't have it, get it anyway, but I don't think I'm going to read from this. But I still wanted to put it out because this book is gangster. This is The Great Black Mama of Creation by Dr. Suzar. It's a game changer. And thinking about that, I came out the gate swinging like I have for the last few days, not being up on my discipline. I was telling y'all about look at all these notes that I took from 9 o'clock yesterday to 6 o'clock in the morning. This is almost a whole pack of paper. Anyway, so let's do these conspiracies first, and then I'll read a little bit to you that I wanted to revisit. And then tomorrow, I will have an actual topic to talk to you about. I am going to attempt to revisit the topic about the modern Trojan horse. So that one's gonna be controversial. It's gonna be controversial, but I will try as I might to be as gentle in this live, because it's so hard. It's so hard. It's like, even the more you know, you think that it would become easier, but it's not. It gets harder. I know I can only imagine. Let me put it like that. I can only imagine the difficulty of trying to part with a parasite that has, for not only your existence, but your parents' existence and your grandparents' existence and your great grandparents, and on and on and on. This parasite has not only functioned as a succubus of your spirit, but it at the same time, while killing you, has defined you in the world. I can only begin to imagine how the peculiar complexity of wanting to experience true and genuine embodied spiritual epiphany while you house I won't say primordial, but a very, very old and impactful parasite that, while it is killing you, has also defined your whole being in the world. So I stay conflicted by this question. I stay conflicted by this question of of whiteness in the world, not solely as a birth presentation, white-skinnedness, whiteness as a social, political, religious construct, weapon specifically designed and constructed to facilitate global imperialism. When you say, as a white person, that whiteness is a construct, if you are not completing that statement with whiteness is a construct that was deliberately and strategically constructed as a political, religious, economic weapon of imperial war against others, then I know you want some other shit. Typically, when white people say race is just a construct, and I don't believe in race. I don't see color. You are literally in real time functioning, whether consciously or not, child, whether it's your intention or not, child, you are literally doing your job as a constructed ideological, political, economic, religious weapon of war. That's what you are doing. The only thing that you can say, having been born with white skin in a world that constructed a division among self, within self, that would have you forever isolated from the global world. That's what your church did. That's what your church did in the year 1452. Yeah, 1455. In the year 1455, I forget the Pope name. Pope Nicholas V. In 1455, Pope Nicholas V, at the same time, ordained the Portugal slave trade, blessed it, ordained it. At the same time that he blessed the slave trade, he wrote another papal bull that once and for all unified Europe as a construct, not as a bunch of warring states and a bunch of warring clans. Europe as a unifying construct under whiteness to set the white world out to do whatever was necessary to capture these resources that they had recently discovered in all the places of color on Earth. And the past is always ever present and ever impactful. And the reason I'm saying this is because the next live that I want to do is called The Modern Trojan Horse, white women. And hold on, let me let this cat in before he irritates me. So not in. Move, girl. Stop yelling out here like you freaking abandoned or something. You the one wanted to go outside. Don't be crying up in here when I get done doing what I'm doing. You hear me? You heard me? You stay doing the most. What's up, little kitties? Move, boy. Oh. The reason I'm saying that, you guys, is again, we have to know what we're up against. We have to know what's been used against us if we're serious about how we are collectively going to move forward. I hear a lot. It's like the new money bag. Now I'm going to say, even though I know that some of these people genuinely have good intentions in their frontal brain, it is a phenomenon that is no longer an oddity, but a norm, where you are finding white people, white presenting people, particularly women, who are making their whole living talking about black shit and black people. And even though these white women, these white people, white women in particular, are saying true and factual shit, nothing they are saying is profound. Nothing they are saying, not one. Nothing they are saying is profound. Not only is it not profound, it is not new. So the fact that you can go on any number of these white women's pages that are talking about black shit and black issues under the auspice of being an ally, it never ceases to amaze me that the living they are now making, being full-time content creators with scores of thousands of followers, that have allowed them to quit their jobs to do this full-time, talk about black shit and black issues under the auspice of being an ally, it never ceases to amaze me that when you look at the scores of thousands of followers that they have amassed as a consequence of stating things that are, while factual, not new, not profound, that the majority of these followers paying their bills are black people. Why y'all keep doing that? I'm talking about y'all, all y'all, white women, why y'all keep doing that? White people, why y'all keep doing that? Black people, why y'all keep doing that? Why y'all keep doing that? There is not a single content creator that I have seen who is a white ally who has said anything new or profound or revelatory, because they on the inside. So what would be profound for them as white allies, it would be to say, okay, look, I'm up in the know. You feel me? My daddy is this person. We up in here. You feel me? So what we gonna do is we gonna be y'all spook at the door. We gonna be the spooks now. You feel me? And so we gonna give y'all the 411 that y'all don't have access to. If they was putting us up on a game like that, I'd be like, all right, that's an ally. That's an ally. You got to know because you up in the mix, and you know that what you know because you up in the mix. We need to know in order to get the jump on the situation. That is some shit. I'd be like, right on. It's good. It's good. It's good that they putting us up on game. But y'all lay up on here. Yes, Rebecca Yates say just got the number 2 grifter badge. Yes. Yeah. There's a lot of money for everybody to make off Black people and they suffering. Everybody can make their bag these days off Black people and they suffering. You understand? Why y'all do that? Why y'all do that? If y'all ain't got nothing to contribute, because y'all ain't contributing nothing. I see so many commentators talking about, well, you know, if you're a white person and you're listening to me and you're upset when Black women say this is what they're experiencing, then it means you have real inner work to do. What? That's as profound as you about to get up on here? I understand that the work of decolonizing is really hard. Excuse me? In what world? In what? Explain to me how decolonizing is real hard. Because you know what decolonizing is? Because we were talking about them euphemisms and how y'all really want to soften shit and mush it up so it don't hurt white people's feelings. Because that's the only purpose euphemisms have. Is to make white people not feel bad about the shit that white people do. That's the only purpose euphemisms have. And so you're like, the work of decolonizing, I get it. It's so hard. Excuse me? Huh? Explain that. Can you break that down? Because maybe I'm too simple to understand what the fuck you just said. Huh? The work of decolonizing is hard. What? So, because decolonize, what does it mean to decolonize? What does it look like in the real world? Let me ask you that. I ain't talking about the ideas in your brain. I'm talking about how the ideas in your brain transform your behavior in the material world. What does the work of decolonizing look like? For real. For real, for real. What does that look like? What does that look like? What does it translate? What does it translate to? Decolonizing work as a white person. What does it translate to in the material world? What does that look like when you move around the world? I'm curious. Because so far what it looked like is y'all are able to make enough money now talking about Black shit while you're going through this walk of decolonizing whiteness in yourself, talking about Black shit under the auspice of being an ally, while Black people are paying your rent now. You was able to quit your job. You was able to quit your job. Now you got 250,000 followers. You done came up. And all you have to do is say a few words. Did you know that the city of Tulsa, Oklahoma used to be all Black? It's so terrible. What happened in this country to Black people? Excuse me? And even the articulation of it is like this way that under the auspice of being an ally that's doing decolonizing work, it gives you just enough room to step back from blame, from participation, from beneficiary. See, anti-colonial work, like decolonizing work, like becoming an ally, meaning proximity to the oppressed group. You feel me? You might even adopt a Black child. You might even get a colored partner of some kind. Proximity, y'all require for allyship. That's a requirement for y'all's allyship. It's for some colored person to affirm you, to maybe like to get some shout outs from some Black people. You feel real good inside when you look through your comment section and there are 50 freaking Black people bigging you up, giving you hand claps and fists and shit. Meanwhile, you ain't said nothing that they haven't grown up their whole life hearing those exact same words verbatim coming from the mouth of a Black person, but their internalized self-hatred is so deep that they need affirmation from white people to reconcile in their head that what they always grew up hearing about their relationship to the white world for it actually to be made real in their goddamn consciousness. They have to hear it from a white person for it suddenly to be an epiphany that is made real. Though everybody in their neighborhood, without no political understanding of the world, without no deep philosophical understanding of the ways that this thing worked against us, have a lived experiences that's like, look, certain times of the day, you can't go over here. You understand what I'm saying? Like my mom used to teach me because she had 2 teenage girls learning to drive. Back here in this country road in Alabama, if you driving at night, if you get pulled over by a cop, you do not stop your car until you pull into this driveway or until you pull into the driveway that is very well lit somewhere along the road. And if he asks you why, you tell him your mama said you don't stop for nobody, even the police, on no back road in Alabama. If can't nobody be a witness to this interaction. My mama didn't have to be politically. My mama was a Christian, a good church, Jesus believing Christian. But she had enough common sense in her lived experience to teach her girls, you don't stop for the police if you're on these back roads. You pull into somebody's driveway, make sure your headlights is on, make sure they porch lights is on so that they know you there when this cop pull you over. You understand what I'm saying? And so you well-intentioned white human beings, white women in particular, it's like so weird how sometimes your default damsel in distress will just emerge from out of nowhere. You the one talking about doing decolonizing work. You the one talking about being an ally. And at the same time, you're talking about being an ally doing decolonizing work. It's so weird how she will just pop up. The little damsel will just pop up. I'm like, what the hell is happening right now? What am I witnessing? Yes, we all need to be doing decolonizing work. And if Black women around the world are saying that this is a microaggression and you are upset about it, you don't need to tell Black women that this is not a microaggression. The first thing you need to be saying is, why didn't I see it that way? This is as deep as you're going to get. And your assessment of the peculiarly, insidiously violent relationship that white women have with non-white women, particularly Black women, this is as deep as you're going to get. Is if Black women saying this is a microaggression, then it's not your place to be challenging Black women. You need to ask yourself why you didn't see it. Why you didn't see it that way. This is as deep as y'all gonna get. Calling yourselves an ally. You have to be able to accept. We up in here. We up in here. We're gonna go ahead and talk about this. I ain't gonna entitle it that, but I might do a more strategically concise, laid out with props, called the Trojan Horse. But we're gonna talk about this. Because nobody asking the right questions. Nobody coming to the right conclusion. Yes, I said it. I said what I said. I see what I said. You can receive it or not receive it. But ain't nobody coming to the right conclusions. Nobody Nobody is coming to the right conclusions. Nobody is articulating in a way that is emboldening and empowering what it is we are confronted with, who all the players really are, not what they say they are, not how they present they say they are, who they are in their essence. Nobody. And we are so brutalized and traumatized that we will accept the bare minimum as declarations of true allyship. And I think that's why I've had such a hard time in California in this particular place as like an activist in California, because when you put on your quote spiritual hat, because you have to. See, me, I'm a whole human. I see the ways that my economic life and my spiritual life and my political life and my upbringing, the religion of my youth and growing up in a cult and all of these things, I see where all of them not only intersect, but interweave to give me a deeper insight at any given moment about what I am witnessing. That the way y'all see the world is the way you've been trained to see the world. Very superficially, very like what I see is what it is. And it ain't never. It ain't never. And the peculiar work needed from white women, child, decolonizing work, okay, fine. Y'all know my position. These euphemisms got most of y'all messed up in the game. That's my personal position. That's what I was talking about all that time ago. How the bigger the word is, the more our adversary knows that we are complying. We are complying to the construct that he has created for us to make legitimate struggle. See, they're talking about decolonizing. See, they're still using good. They're good. They're safe. Language is something else. That too is something I'm gonna talk about one of these days. There's a girl. What's her name? Oh, I cannot think of her name. She gonna be a part of this. What is her name? I wrote it down somewhere. She is a Russian woman. She did this whole think piece on the healing power of cussing. I said, oh, that this right here is a divine intervention. I was redeemed that day. I was redeemed. I was redeemed. I was vindicated. I really was. It was great. It is a wormhole I intend to go into because she wasn't just talking about her opinion. She was talking about clinical studies. Y'all know I'm a nerd. Now, I am a nerd. Bezos, Elon, these are not nerds. I am a nerd. You understand? I love peer-reviewed, double-blind studied articles. That shit reads like novella to me. I live it. And so she's talking about the different studies that have been conducted, particularly about the biochemical impact or effect of cursing on the blood, baby. When I tell you your enemy knows you better than you know yourself, better than your mama know you. That's why, what do they call it? Respectability politics. Even Trump is guilty of it. Out of one side of his mouth, he will be malignant out his mouth. But when anybody else attempts to match his energy, he will too default to attempting to defame and delegitimize any response if they pop back with the same energy. You're not being respectful. Why do you have to use that language? I heard him say it in an interview just the other day. I mean, anybody that says the F word more than one time in a day really doesn't, they really can't have my attention. That's just stupid language. I said, man, talk about an okie doke slide of hands type ass shit. Respectability, politics, the history of the British accent literally being used as a weapon to display, quote, presumed, not have to prove, presumed intelligence over any other dialect. This video, child, I felt vindicated. And so every time for a half a second, And typically it's around my money. You feel me? I know that I could be making much more money on YouTube than I am. I do. I know that I too could be paying my bills. I could be paying my rent through YouTube. But what I am challenging y'all to do is to help me do that without me having to bind my tongue, because I know and knew intuitively that shit, respectability politics, like the blaspheming of people for using explicatives in their language, the deep censoring that is happening by the most malignant, vile, murderous lunatics on earth right now, having the nerve to police somebody's language. To me, I was like, my spirit won't let me do it. My spirit, for the longest time, I didn't think my page was going to get monetized. I really, really didn't. I was like, well, we up in here. My mission is to change the world. I would like to do it while being able to have a roof over my head. The last thing I want to be is a street-bound pauper. You understand? Because they love that. They love to see the guru in some sandals with some dirty ass feet, looking like a hobo, doing a soapbox on the street corner. You feel me? I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Because the reason we are all poor, the reason that everybody that you know that is a spiritual leader, a spiritual healer, a healer of any kind, an artist, people who actually have real value in the world, the reason they all poor is because they're being robbed. And those who are in positions of power cannot afford for the creative, afford for the innovative, afford for the for those that have the ability to cast spells, webs of healing on the planet with their creativity. We have to make sure that nobody aspires to be them. We got to make sure these motherfuckers stay poor, right? And that they accept as their badge of martyrdom that this is just their lot in life. I just love the art so much. Yeah, it wouldn't be nice to be able to make a living as an artist, but that's not my motivation. Stop doing that. You are articulating a spell cast on you by those who cannot afford for your creative spirit to be unleashed on the world and transform human beings' experiences. Stop doing that. Stop telling people it's against our tradition to charge for ceremony. You are reciting the very wicked and insidious input of the colonizer on your actual sacred ceremony with the presumption that the healer was supposed to be the poorest person in your community. This is an insidious, nasty, vile web that has been sewn into traditional culture. This begins to explain why everywhere you go, every tradition you go into, how the keeper of the most sacred ceremonies, the secrets and the cultural traditions are poor. Because capitalism demands their poverty. You just do it for the love of it. That's a gaslight. You do it because you know there's a need. That is the pillar of martyrdom imposed on the world by Catholicism. Remember the 3 pillars through which every Abrahamic religion is propped right the hell up on top of? You remember them 3 pillars? I know it's been a long time since we talked about it. Not only Abrahamic religions, Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism, they all got the same 3 pillars that are necessary to keep them sturdy in their place. Asceticism, self-punishment. Asceticism, self-punishment. But not only basic asceticism, according to Mary Daly, sadomasochistic asceticism. You, as the perpetual masochist, the poor, the working class, the born poor, the impoverished, the brown, the black, the red, you disadvantaged by birth, color, you white working class coal miner in the hill. You are the ascetic. You are expected by birth to be the perpetual ascetic. You are the masochist. And if you, by your teaching, have been told that it is a sacred and necessary responsibility of the devotee of any number of these deities for you to take up on yourself with thanks and praise, child, to take upon yourself with thanks and praise the suffering bared by Jesus, you must take up your cross the same way Jesus took up his cross. You feel me? This is the masochistic aspect, that every suffering you endure is the evidence that Jesus loves you. That's what you've been told. That's what you've been told. And it don't matter if it ain't Jesus. If it's Allah, he tell you the same thing. If it's but absolutely, particularly if you got a uterus, Allah tell you that. Yahweh tell you that. Any number of your prophets, the Buddha tell you that. But isn't that a bitch? Because the Buddha was born rich. Isn't it convenient for you that the Buddha was Siddhartha was born rich? Don't nobody read the stories of these great ascetics of history. Not only was Siddhartha born rich, Gandhi was born rich. Not only was Gandhi born rich, Marx was born rich. What's his name? Lenin was born rich. Mao Zedong was born rich. Ho Chi Minh was the upper class. Yep. Yeah. All your great revolutionary heroes, they was all born rich. All your martyrs and ascetics, they was born rich. Your ass ain't born rich, but you still must take up the cross of suffering, because the more that you can suffer, you feel me? This is the masochistic aspect of asceticism. You are divinely ordained to suffer for your ideas, whether that's Jesus or whoever. You feel me? You are divinely ordained by birth to accept with thanks and praise outwardly imposed acts that can help you be an ascetic. What do I mean by that? Because traditional asceticism was self-imposed suffering, right? It was vows of celibacy. In the old days, it was much more gangster than that. You know what I'm saying? It was like borderline starvation, like where you could see the ribs. It was yes, also celibacy, vows of poverty, and then in the book Pure Love, she talks about like the gravity of ascetic acts in the earlier days of Catholicism, like self-flagellation and penance and all of that shit, right? But when she talks politically about giving asceticism a new presentation because of the function of the ideology of the church, which was a state-ordained institution, okay? She coined the term. She coined the term masosadistic, not sadomasochist, masosadistic asceticism, right? Because you are the primordial sufferer. Why do you need to suffer? Why does Catholicism teach as one of its earliest tenets the need for asceticism? Does anybody remember why that had to happen? It's a simple answer. It's not a complicated answer. Anybody remember why asceticism has to be a cornerstone of any of these Abrahamic ideologies? The need to suffer, whether that suffering comes from without or it's self-imposed. Why is this a cornerstone for all of these traditions? Not just the Abrahamic traditions, the same with Hinduism, the same with Buddhism, the same with Sikhism. Why is asceticism these cats is crazy. I can't keep a plant on here. They eat all the leaves. My plants look like they've been brutalized. My plants look like they literally ate all the green off my plants. Why y'all eating my leaves? Anyway, no, not because you need a savior. The reason that asceticism, especially in the earlier periods of the Roman Catholic Church, required asceticism is because of the story of your origin. What did Jesus say in the very Bible that you read? That you are born dead. That's what Jesus said out of his own mouth. You are born dead. You are born dead. In another scripture, he says, we are all born as filthy as rags, undeserving of salvation and worthy of hell. That's what Jesus said, that you are born filthy as a rag, undeserving of salvation and deserving of hell, worthy of hell. The moment you are born, you feel me? And so this becomes the reason for the justification of asceticism, because the reason, quote, that you are born dead is because your mother's flesh is the reason for the fall of humanity. Because you must be born through a woman, and your woman's vagina is the gates of hell. This is not my opinion. This is early Christianity. This is early Christianity. Early Christianity called your mother's vagina the gates of hell. Yeah. And so because you have to be born from your filthy mama to be, and because her vagina is the scourge of the earth, you are born dead. And because you are born dead, you need to be born again. You feel me? The only way that you can be saved from the walking dead state that you are born into is to be born. You first born from your mama blood, and she filthy, and so her blood is filthy and her water is filthy. You feel me? And then you can be reborn in the spiritual blood. See, the spiritual blood, it ain't nasty. You feel me? It don't come from no JJ, even though he called his wound, his spear wound, a vulva from which blood and water flowed. Didn't he say that in the Bible? Didn't they say that in the Bible about Jesus? Then when the Roman soldiers stuck him in the ribs, they called the wound the vulva of Jesus from which blood and water flowed. And this is the only way that you can be delivered. All of your mother's iconography is right there in that story. It's Jesus elevated to status of male mother. That it is through his blood and water that you are sanctified, through his vulva in his ribs. You feel me? That you are delivered into this new state as a new being that is perfect and white as snow. Those are direct words from your Bible. From your Bible. And so asceticism becomes the display that devotees must make to prove their allegiance, their devotion to their new male mother. You must punish your wicked flesh to aliven your spirit. You must punish because Christians still teach this shit today. It is your flesh that bound you to sin. It is the flesh that tempts you to sin. It is the flesh that made it so that you was born dead. It is your flesh that must be punished. And the more you are willing and the more harshly you are willing to punish your flesh, the more stern and sturdy in your conviction your spirit will become. And so the reason that Mary Daly called it maso-sadistic asceticism is because politically this ideology does something deeper. If you have, after all this time of slavery and colonialism and all these terrible things that have happened, and at the same time that they are happening to you at the hands of someone else, that someone else is telling you that this is a manifest destiny, that this is divine will, that this is a punishment for some karma you incurred. Your enslavement is karma. This is some karmic debt that you are sowing in this moment. Your enslavement, your brutalization, all the terrible things that I won't mention today that have happened to you and yours. This is a hell of a propaganda campaign that has the victims of conquest articulating and internalizing that if they too want to be cleared of this terrible karma, that they must accept the punishment that comes with this karma, which is their brutalization, their enslavement, their the theft of their lands and resources, a perpetual state of poverty for they and their children. They have to internalize deeply. And so the only way politically to articulate this is what Mary Daly calls masosadistic asceticism, where in a regular ascetic situation, you are imposing the asceticism upon yourself. But we are all forced into a society of political fronting, religiously upheld masosadism. What does that mean? You are spiritually ordained to be the divine recipient of pain and suffering. And if you are set aside to be the divine recipient of pain and suffering, for which you must offer thanks and praise every time you experience pain and suffering as evidence of God's grace, you feel me? Then there must be someone who is equally ordained, divinely ordained to be the disseminator of that pain and suffering. If you are divinely ordained to be the perpetual recipient of pain and suffering, then in this same quagmire called the Catholic Church, the Christian religion, the Abrahamic religions of Judaism and Islam and all that other shit, Hinduism is guilty and Buddhism is guilty and Sikhism is guilty and all of this other shit, all have this tenet within it, that there are only a certain specified few, primarily those with uteruses, primarily those children who have no rights and are not entitled to any sovereignty whatsoever. The old, the ugly, that refers to you too. Who else? The LGBTQIA and all the genders between the poles of male and female. You feel me? All of y'all are set aside. Whether you opted in or not, bitch, your birth opted you in. Your birth into this world they have created for themselves. Your birth opted you in to be a divinely ordained recipient of pain and suffering. And if you are a divinely ordained recipient of pain and suffering, there must be someone who is also divinely ordained to be the administrator of your pain and suffering, to be the deliverer of your pain and suffering. And they are always absolved in this relationship. They are always absolved. If you do not believe what I'm telling you, that this is a political campaign, look at your relationship to the police. When y'all always be talking about, well, see, this the evidence that there's two Americas, that the police is only there to protect and serve the few, but you don't go no deeper into your understanding of why that is, because in your mind, this ain't what America's supposed to be about. But you still refuse to accept that, first of all, was there never a separation of church and state? And at the end of the day, the separation of church and state is not the problem, but that the Roman Catholic Church, which has always been the hidden holy Roman Empire, it ain't never changed. It's got to put a new mask on every now and again, but its ambitions have never changed. Its relationship to the other faces of power, Judaism, Islam, ancient Christianity of the Ethiopians, they guilty too. The Dalai Lama. And if you could see the religious foundation and perpetual underpinning of every political government on earth, it's all there. It's all there in every country, including those that profess to be atheist or quote socialist countries. The religious foundational underpinning of these ideologies of the need for separations in society. And in that separation of society, there are those who are just supposed to suffer. And then there are those who are supposed to not suffer. They are supposed to live well. And to protect those that live well, there is that other class just below them that are ordained to administer pain and suffering to those who are only there to be the recipients of pain and suffering. That's your police. That's your military. That's your judges. That's the prison system, the prison guards, the prison wards, your COs, your probation officers, the malignant mofos that be up in the kids' jails, the children's centers. These people are divinely ordained to administer pain and suffering to ensure that those who are doing the suffering never attempt to end their relationship to suffering. That's what they're there for. Now, those of you who have been Marxist, Leninist, socialist at any time, you would say, okay, this is the split between the have and the have-nots. I can talk about that shit economically. I can talk about it in socialist, communist lingo if that's better for you. But the reason that communism and socialism continues to fail around the world is because you have completely excised, no different than the church, excised the central role that the divine feminine plays in every outcome in the world. And wherever she is excised, the only thing that can be left is death, suffering, despair, trauma, grief. That everywhere she is excised from central in the equation, nothing can follow but the reproduction of the malignancy of patriarchy. Nothing can remain. Nothing can be. That's why all these countries that did this gangster shit and made these revolutionary struggles against empire and was winning, popping shots, everybody doing it at the same time across the third world. If we can all do this together, we might have a chance to end our suffering once and for all. Do you know why nobody ever does a deep dive on these successful revolutionary struggles and why they look worse now than they did they pre-revolutionary movements? Why nobody is doing this deep analysis? Because the feminine is in the answer. When you remove from centrality a woman's role as the chief producer on earth, the chief laborer on earth, and you reduce her girly issues to just an appendage of the real revolutionary work, this is what you get. You get a capitalist, imperialist plutocracy run amok on the globe, unchallenged and unebbed, because all these, quote, successful, hardcore, revolutionary, gangster successes led by men, pulled around by some vision in their mind of being revolutionary superheroes, revolutionary rock stars. What was the book that Huey P. Newton wrote? Revolutionary Suicide. Why would he say that? Why would he write a book called Revolutionary Suicide as a hardcore scientific socialist? Why would he write a book called Revolutionary Suicide? Because the underpinning of all of these political ideologies is religious political manipulation and ideology. It is the underpinning behind every government on earth. I'm telling you. And the reason everybody ignores it, ignores the religious political underpinning of every government on earth, the reason they ignore it is because to face the religious political underpinning of every government on earth is to face the crimes against the female body, and she being his primary arch enemy. Men don't want to face that. They want to be the heroes. Why we build a good traditional family where you pop out some babies, you feel me, and be up in the kitchen cooking some food so we can raise a traditional black family, you feel me? And then, I ain't gonna join no organization right now, but when the revolution starts, you give me a call, I'll be ready. And here we are. 70 years after countless colonies whose lived circumstances and conditions were light years worse than what we're experiencing. Gaining the confidence from wherever it came from, gaining the confidence to buck back against empire, one after another. Bolivia, Venezuela, Cuba, Zimbabwe, formerly known as Rhodesia, South Africa, Kenya, and the mighty Mau Mau, Ghana, Benin, Sierra Leone, Burkina Faso, all Vietnam, China. The one period that we can look to in modern history that really represented an opportunity to completely and once and for all change the hands of power, to be sabotaged by the patriarch that lives rent free in every last one of us. Because it's not enough for men to be patriarchs and accept in their mind. Why would Huey P. Newton write a book called Revolutionary Suicide? If informing him, whether he's conscious of it or not, all the symbols are alive in our head. All the memories, all the Bible studies, all the Sunday school are alive in our head to be retrieved. And if every last one of these self-proclaimed leaders had not assumed for themselves the very old Catholic in its origin, Roman imperial Catholic in its origin, the necessity, the bigging up, the raising up of as something to be exemplary for the masses, the raising up of as the greatest sacrifice one can make is to die for God and country. That is the your mama, your actual mama that actually gave birth to you. Is there some shit she would have taught you if she didn't have a patriarch in her head? She who she just sacrificed her whole goddamn body for forever. Her body is forever changed. She done sacrificed her body to allow you to live in the real world, protecting you, covering you, feeding you, going. Is that a narrative that she would teach you if there was not a patriarch alive in her house somewhere? That it's honorable. It's admirable to accept that in order to change the world, you must be the son savior sacrifice. He was informed by his religion of old child. He was informed by the iconography that is ever present in this society, whether you are in your eyes conscious of it or not. Your mind, your ancient mind, your most ancient self remembers every symbol and its impact on your flesh. It remembers every feeling these symbols ever gave you, good or bad, fearful or joyful. And so you become a revolutionary. You start doing the work that you was told Jesus do. Feeding the people like a socialist. I done heard so many hardcore revolutionaries, child. Brilliant people do whole ass dissertations on Jesus the socialist. How could he feed the multitudes with 2 fish and 2 loaves of bread if he wasn't a socialist? First of all, totally missing the astrological, very politically currently present archetypal impact that those 2 imageries have on you and are calling on you to be engaged in. Why every black church in the country be having fish fries once a month at the church? It is a reproduction of his Sermon on the Mount, where he fed the multitudes with 2 fish and 2 loaves of bread. That's why black people be really believing that shit. You feel me? But that's why you got your fish fry at every black church in the whole of the South. It is the playing out like theater. The repetition in being Christ-like in your work, those quote miracles that Christ performed. But that's y'all stopping point. Because of course to y'all the Bible is literal. And so he was literally feeding 3,000 people with 2 fishes and 2 loaves of bread. Not that these symbols, the 2 fish as the 2 fish of the Pisces, the 2 opposing facing fish, the shadow fish and the white fish joined by the red cord of the Piscean age, for which this solar sacrificial deity, self-martyring deity represents. The entirety of the Piscean age is defined by martyrdom. Martyrdom and self-imposed victimhood. That's part of the iconography. That's part of the shadow side iconography of the age of Pisces. And yo, Jesus played you up on that. So much so that it became an archetypal response that we all accepted. We all accept that if one raises up, if a Messiah raises up among us, it is inevitable that he gonna die, that he gonna be on mortal. You feel me? It's inevitable, and we all accept it. And this is one of the most wicked propaganda tools ever played on your consciousness. This, quote, mystical Messiah that we always trying to raise up, some one Negro amongst us, you feel me? Knowing that inevitably the police gonna get him, you feel me? Or kill him or whatever. And not knowing that the reason that this iconography is driven into you so deeply by the state, is because this iconography paralyzes you. It paralyzes you. It paralyzes you. It does. And it's played out literally in everything that you have consumed in the last 100 years. Since the advent of the beginning of Hollywood, every movie, every cartoon, every comic book, every love story, every what's them novellas, every soap opera, every single thing you have been fed since the emergence of this monstrosity has pounded it in deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. One, that you are your own salvation. They can't never afford for nobody to come to that conclusion. And that if you as an individual recognize that I am my own salvation, because this is my universe that I willed into existence in a contract covenant with my mother, who accepted my entry into this life only through her, that she gave me a destiny. That's why for those of you who knew, you understand, y'all ain't been following me no time because y'all been up on here on TikTok and I don't be really coming up on here like that. It is also the reason that in the same period of time, every time you turn around, there is some story, some show, some movie, whether it's action, whether it's scary, whether it's a cartoon, whether it's a kid's movie, whether it's about teenagers in high school, it's everywhere. The idea of headlessness, whether it's a physical, actual somebody that lost their head, whether it's a metaphorical headlessness, being shot in the head, that's a form of headlessness, whether it's because somebody like cut their throat. All of this is headlessness iconography that is very, 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 very old. 3,000 years old at least. This iconography that's imprinted on everybody's brain about what headlessness means, what it means for one to lose their head. To lose your head is to lose your destiny, is to be blind in the world. Unless someone gives you a new head, Who is that someone who is giving you a new head? Your father. The only way that he can ensure his will be done through you is to decapitate you, is to separate your heart from your mind, because the heart, as the emperor, rules the mind, is to separate your heart from your mind. Because in ancient society, all the way back to Kemet, it was believed that you got your heart, which is where your destiny lied, your heart was given to you by your mom. Your heart blood was delivered. You got your heart blood from your mama's heart blood. This is your destiny. In Chinese philosophy, iconography, and medicine, medicinal theology, or medicinal philosophy, your heart directs, governs your mind. They are connected from this way up, not the other way. This is why all of these cults of headlessness, that's why Africans and like people in certain offside places in Southeastern Asia back in the way back in the days, shrunken heads and film where they would keep shrunken heads and shit like that. Indonesia was popular for that. The Nordic region, where they would place bets before going into the war, who was going to be the one to cut off the head of the lead general of the opposing army, because if you got the head, you possessed their destiny. They could not transition. Their spirit couldn't transition because their destiny was lived in their head. And that if you possessed their destiny, you possessed all the power that they possessed in life. It's everywhere. Headlessness. Why is this important? Because if you don't even understand the mythology that has been perpetually imposed in your skull, shaping your actual behavior in the world, your limbic system, which is where all of your habits come from, all of your habits, all of your defaults. You don't think a half second about it. That's what's imprinting on your brain. And if you don't understand what you are looking at, how this thing is always telling you the only way for you to be valid in the eyes of the Father is to be willing to sacrifice your head to me. Is to sacrifice your head to me. Remember I was telling you about that episode that messed me up so much of Sabrina the witch? And in the scene, the angel that was killing all the witches put a golden crown of thorns on her head. You feel me? To like bind her power. That while the crown of thorns was on her head, she could not cast protective spells for her and her friends. The golden crown bound her power. Feel me? And she was still like, oh, I ain't got no power, but I can fight. She got up anyway. She was like, let's go. She had been shot by two arrows in the exact same place that Jesus was jugged. The 2 Jesus wounds, they shot her in the torso in the same place that Jesus had been stuck with the spears. So she got the Jesus crown on her head to bind her powers, her witchy powers, and then she got the angel arrows in a gut, in a gizzard. You feel me? Right? And so now she fall to the floor because she was trying to go get them. She was trying to go save her friends. And she died. She bled out on the floor. Oh no, that's not the last thing. They put the crown on her head. They shot her in the gizzard. Then the girl angel came from behind her and whoop, cut her throat. And she bled out there on the floor in front of her witches, in front of her friends, who were all up on crosses. Y'all, that scene was so foul. The 3 girls, the one in the middle was black. The witch in the middle, in this church, about to be crucified by 2 angels with blonde hair and blue eyes, were called the Weird Sisters. These 3 witches. One was Mexican looking. One was a white girl with red hair, because back in them times, if you was born with red hair, they was already gonna call you a witch. So the brown girl, the Mexican Asian looking girl, and the white girl with the red hair, you feel me? And in between, the chief of the weird sisters was this black woman, this black girl. And they count on you. They bank on you, not knowing the history of these names, of these words, of this iconography that they're putting in front of you, especially young people that they promote that shit to. The weird sisters are the fates. The weird sisters are the fates. The weavers of all time and human destiny. The triple goddess, the maiden, the mother, and the crone. The wisdoms. It is said, even in their own mythology, Greek mythology, was that the only force that Zeus was powerless against was the fates. That the fates didn't just weave human destiny. They weaved the web of destiny. That no one, even the gods, was outside of the judgment of the fates. And in this show, and in this scene, knowing that you would not know what you were looking at, deliberately making the black girl the one you love to hate, because she's repugnant, she's a turncoat, she a sellout, she diabolical. They made the black girl the bitch you love to hate, while these two blonde-haired, blue-eyed angels are literally, because they up on crosses, the weird sisters, the fates, the spinners of the threads of the universe, the weavers of human destiny, your mama. The fates are your mother, just so you know. It is an archetypal story of the role of your mama, your actual mom, the woman who actually gave birth to you. The metaphor of the triple goddess is a metaphor. Mythology is iconography to help communicate to you in a beautiful way actual scientific fucking phenomenon. And you have been told by your father God that is make-believe, that is not real, or whatever, to defame and depower to defame and wash your memory clean of your actual relationship with God on earth. The reason that your mother is called the Fates, the reason that your mother is called the weaver of human destiny, I'm telling you, our ancestors were scientists. They weren't a select few who happened to be in secret societies who could learn the ways of alchemy. I'm talking about prior to that. I'm talking about prior to the patriarchal takeover of the arts, of the sciences, of mathematics, of architecture. Before the hostile takeover of the sacred arts, our ancestors were scientists. It is the only way to explain how they could tell stories so specific about things that they could only observe scientifically. Why do they come up with a story like the Fates, the triple goddess, right? The maiden, the mother, and the crone. This is the stages of your life. Well, why do they call them the weavers of human destiny? Because it is your mother's decision. It is your mother's decision to say yes or no to whom comes through her, to what human life decides to petition her for a right to live. Your mother, as God of her body, of her universe, has the authority as the sovereign of her universe to say, yes, spirit who has petitioned me, you can live, or no, spirit that has petitioned me, you are going to have to try another. You feel me? It gets deeper than that. How did our ancestors know? This is not the only story. The story of Oshun and Obatala and what happens where we begin all as female, and it is not until the 7th week that the male, that the Y-bearing sperm and the secretion of the androgens attached specifically to the Y-bearing sperm will secrete those androgens that will cause sex differentiation expression. Why are we born all female? Hey, cut it out. Cut it out. Why are we born off? I mean, why are we conceived? Why do we all begin as female in utero? This is a scientific observation of our ancestors. Why wouldn't our mothers have a scientific observation of what is happening in their bodies? Humans, at least, as much as accepted science says, humans have been in some way or another, some humanoid form for 1.5 million years. Before males hijacked anything, women was catching babies out their bodies. Women were observing what happens in their bodies when they pregnant, watching other women be pregnant, watching other women catch their babies. Do you not think, y'all really think that gynecology is some shit that was just discovered yesterday by a freaking psychopathic serial killer who was buying enslaved African women to play out his most sadistic fantasies under the auspice of scientific discovery? Do you think the gynecology started then under Sims? Is that when y'all think the science of gynecology began? There are stories, hell, of women in ancient Greece having to dress like men to be able to function as gynecologists in ancient Greece, because females had been forbidden from being midwives to themselves and to their sistren. And so if a woman, because they knew men didn't know what the hell they were doing, if a woman wanted to provide safe, healthy delivery for their sistren, there's too many stories, at least 3 stories of ancient Grecian women who lived their lives, who lived in society as males for the sole purpose of assisting women and having safe and successful deliveries. You feel what I'm saying? Our ancestors were scientists. When I say our ancestors, I mean our mamas. God damn it. That's what I mean. I mean our mamas. I mean our mamas. Because before the 6,000 years of patriarchy that we have been living in, we have gone through age and age, ebbs and flows of human society and human interaction and human development. And there's too much information that is being exposed now that tells us that women ran the world without competition from their sons, because their sons saw them as they should, a mirror image reflection of the great black ass cosmos. That's why every story tells the story of the Milky Way galaxy as a female with udders. The Milky Way. Why they call it the Milky Way in every society? In Babylon, they called it the Milky Way. In Sumeria, they called it the Milky Way. And the Milky Way, the milk was provided from the only place they ever saw milk come from in the ancient world. The only place they saw milk come from in the ancient world was titties. Udders and titties. That's it. So why would every culture, even patriarchal cultures in the bourgeoisie of patriarchy, was like, yes, the cosmos is a great black primordial mother, typically seen as a cow, because cows got these big old udders that can feed the many. And then when we do like autopsies, dissections of our ancestors who have passed away, her uterus and her fallopian tubes, you feel me? They didn't call it fallopian tubes because his stealing ass wasn't alive yet for several thousand years. So whatever they called the fallopian tubes before the white boy said he discovered them, you feel me? When we lay it out, it looks like the face of an actual cow. See, it's got the little long kind of snout mouth looking thing and the little weird ears. Our mother's body looked just like the face of a cow. So this must be a primordial cow that's giving us the milk from the Milky Ways. These are scientific stories told by a people who had not come up with a sickness of the dichotomization and the cutting away of everything from itself. Science is over here, mystery is over here, art is over here, crafts is over here. They just called it functional art. Crafts is over here. Astronomy is over here. It has nothing to do with astrology. That's that woo-woo shit. It's the real science. Our ancestors did not do that. They were whole humans capable of being artists and telling very scientifically specific and identifiable stories in song and in theater and in poetry and in mystery and in spiritual practice. You see? And so when I talk about the fates and we talk about the story of the fates, the iconography of the fates, and it's everywhere. It's the moray over here. It's the what are they called? The Norns in the Nordic region. It's the Iami and the Iami Aj over here. It is everywhere. Got this idea of, quote, the triple goddess. And yes, no one thing is untrue. Yes, we say that the triple goddess is like a personification that we observe in the primary phases of the moon. This too is true. The triple goddess as the old woman, the young woman, and the mother. This too is true. We can see the triple goddess in the sky. This too is true. You want me to get a little bit deeper on your ass? When you look at an atom, you got a triplicity there too. In your base level foundational atom, you got a triplicity there too. You got a proton, an electron, and a neutron, and these are the building blocks of life. Now the numbers may vary, but the building blocks, you have to have all three: a proton, a neutron, and an electron. This is the triplicity that's ever present. None is not true. They are all macro or microcosmic samenesses. That's all. And how does your mama apply? Because your mother is the bridge between all of these iconographies. You can see the triple goddess in the moon phases. You can see the triple goddess, in metaphor around the world. You can see the triple goddess in your atoms, right? The triple goddess is the fates, the weavers of human destiny, right? The weavers of human destiny. Your mother as the generative force, because see, your mama is all three. Your mama is the fates. She is born a baby too. She a baby. And from the time she a baby until the time that she receives a sperm into her ovum, from the time that she is a baby until the time she gets pregnant, she is the maiden. And at the moment that your mother gets pregnant and decides, as the God that she is going to keep this baby and establish a covenant with this child, and then that child goes from the unseen realm to the seen realm, and that covenant is sealed in a primordial water baptism, and the crowning of her head or his head in a crown of blood from you breaking your mama in half. This is the first covenant. This is the first covenant between you and your mama. And once you are born, before you even get to the born, once you are seated in your mama, feel me? Once your mama get pregnant, this is the work of the fates. Once your mother gets pregnant, this is the weaving of the works of the fates. You are not ever going to convince me that our ancestors were not only scientists, that they were light years more technologically advanced than we. I am convinced of it. I am certain of it. That's why this whole deep dive on ancient architecture had me up in here, messed up in the game till 6 o'clock in the morning. There is no way you cannot convince me that our ancestors not only were scientists, that they were light years ahead of us technologically. So when I say that the fates, that when your mother goes from maiden to mother, when she gets pregnant, what happens? It literally looks like weaving. Hold on. Y'all know I love to draw pictures for you. It literally looks like exactly what you do when you start a knitting project or a crochet project. When you start a knitting or a crochet project, you have to start with I hope y'all can see that. Maybe I need to draw it bigger because my light situation be crazy. When you sit down to start a new crochet or knitting project, you start with the first loop. You got to start with the first loop, right? That's you. That's you. Once that little sperm makes an entry, that's you. That's you. Then what happens? The 1 becomes a 2. Just like you make that first loop in your crochet knitting project. The 1 becomes 2. Then what happens? The 2 becomes 4. Don't that look like weaving? Like actual literal weaving? Right? Then from there, the 4 becomes the 8. I think that's right. I have to go back to my chromosomal breakdown. I think it's 8, right? And then the 8 becomes the 16. And not only did our mamas know this, the weaving that takes you from a single cell organism and walks you through 4.5 billion years of evolution, mimicking your great mother from the single cell to the amphibious, from the single tail to the, what do you call it? The gilded, when you get them little gills, from the single cell to the gilded, to the amphibious, to when you can like now walk in on land. You feel me? All your little organs are developing. This is the cells specializing, still separating, specializing. Still, this is a weaving process that starts just like your little knitting project. It goes from a singular loop, and next thing you know, you got designs, and it's beautiful, right? Our ancestors, our female mama ancestors, are not the only ones that knew this. In traditional Chinese medicine, which you know is what I practice, we are told the meridians. You have 12 primary meridians. You have 8 extraordinary vessels, and then you have the ren and the du, right? So what is that? I forget how many total. But anyway, the ren and the du, your meridians, right? Where your chi flows. Oh, God. Oh. You want to know what we are told when we are first learning meridian theory? Is that, let me do that again. Oh, y'all are annoying. Is that when this is you, after the little sperm done broke through, right? When this is you, when that first cellular division happens, where the 1 becomes 2, right? This little split right here, is said to be, this first division is said to be what y'all call your lifeline. What you call your lifeline, especially when you get pregnant or you get fat, you can see that, you can actually see the line. What y'all call the lifeline, the front, starting from, is it the frenulum? I think it's the frenulum. I might have it backwards. Anyway, that little piece of flesh that separates, if you're female, your vaginal opening from your rectal opening. If you're male, that separates your scrotum from your rectal opening. That little piece of flesh in between the two, starting from there, going up your body to under your tongue, that is your ren. That's this first division. The back part of that same division is from the roof of your mouth all the way back down the back of your body, meeting in the same place. That little flap of skin between the anus and whatever your reproductive organs are. That's the du. That's the first cellular division. That is the first meridian that is formed when you make your first division. When the 2 becomes 4, this is your second meridian. So this is the ren and the do. So when you got these other 2 that form, this becomes a meridian that crosses this way, called the chong, or the girdling belt. It's called the girdling belt. And when they describe it, it looks just like is it Osiris that's got the belt with the Sirius, with the Sirius constellation? I think it's Osiris, right? I'm tripping. Is it Osiris in his belt? Yes. That's your charm. That's your girdling vessel. That's your girdling vessel. And on. With every division is the formation of your meridian system. This happens right away. Isn't that something? Don't tell me our ancestors weren't scientists. How they worked this out? If they were just cave people, just living off the land and not knowing nothing about science and mathematics. This theory here, the development of the meridian system, is 3000 was developed in 3000 BC. Hey, come on, stop playing. But we see the world through the sun gone rogue, the youngest of us on earth, telling us about technology and science and mathematics. He who learned everything from us wipe our memory clean in an attempt to teach us that which we told him, learning it primordially, giving it back. It'd be like my grandson Zane at 5 years old today telling me, Yaya, I don't need you to teach me nothing else. I need you to sit down so I can teach you. I got some things I need to teach you. And what I need you to learn is more important than anything you ever taught me. That's what it would be like. That's what we in right now. And instead of me telling that child, look, if you don't get your mind right, I am open to hearing what you got to say, but there ain't shit you can teach me. You can sit up in here and learn like the neophyte you are. And then maybe once you come to about 18, 19, because the world will be radically changed, then you might be able to teach me something. Then I will be open to listen. But right now, you the student. Right now, you the student. And you need to remain so. Because as a child, a boy child, at 5 years old, he is literally the personification of unbridled yang. And y'all know it if you raised any boy children. They all over the place. Endless energy, boundless, bottomless. They can just go and go and go and go and go. Jumping off shit, exploring shit, no fear, no. Y'all know if y'all raise some boy children. You feel me? And that's good. He can do that as unbridled yang. Why? Because he has a yaya or he has a mama right around that's gonna make sure he got just enough freedom to work some shit out, but we close enough to make sure he does not harm himself beyond repair. That's the relationship between the mother and the son. And I say the son because, again, the mother-daughter relationship historically, I still am working this out, but the peculiar relationship between the mother and the daughter is about the mother and the daughter being literally a replica, a clone, a part of an unbroken line of the transference from mother to daughter over millennia since the beginning. The mitochondrial DNA that everybody on Earth has comes from a singular ancestor, a singular modern ancestor. Because there have been, what do you call it? There have been extinction, 2, 3 extinction level events on Earth. But isn't it interesting that the black woman is the one that survived to make sure that the whole thing can start over again? Ain't it interesting that after extinction level events, the black woman is the one that remains to ensure that the world is seeded with her divine primordial mitochondrial DNA again? You understand? So you ain't gonna convince me I know people get caught up on conspiracy theories. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about I'm talking about what's in our face. Remember, we were talking about, what's the guy's name? I think his channel is called Morgue Official. And I think his channel is Morgue Official. And I love the information that he has on his channel. I really, really do. He calls himself a recovering Christian. So he's like deep into like the occult and like demystifying the occult and the esoteric. I really appreciate the information on his channel. But I also am very well aware that there is only so deep that he can go. It's evident every time I watch him. Just when you think he's like, yes, he's going to get it. He's going to make it. And then he stops. And I'm like, well, I don't know what I expect. One of these days, he gonna make the breakthrough. He gonna make the breakthrough. In the meantime, somebody here says something about doom scrolling. I don't doom scroll. Everything that I do, everything that I watch, everything that I take in is purposeful, because it's necessary for me with the worldview that I have that is in direct opposition to my, to my adversary. Not everybody knows that it has to be direct opposition. You have to have a directly opposing opinion to everything your adversary says. Assume that everything that comes out of his mouth is ass backwards. Take the opposing position, even if you don't have the 411 to articulate your opposition. Trust your flesh. Your flesh is opposed, even if your brain can't catch up to the opposition yet. Look, I'm going to trust my flesh. I'm going to trust my spirit. My spirit say it's coming out of his mouth. I'm taking the opposite position on GP, and I know I'm going to be light years ahead and better off in the game, even if I right now cannot articulate my opposition. Take that as your position. So when I, every now and again, allow myself to be subdued by what is coming through these social media apparatuses, I am clear all the time about where the discrepancies are, like this young Black child in this articulation about a $2,000 check, when these people have literally robbed the United States, not only of the $650 million that made the top 10% more wealthy, because that ain't the only way we've been robbed. They got multiple IVs hooked into us, draining our blood. Not only that, also the fact that within his administration, which ain't even a whole year, actually it's a whole year, nope, not even a whole year, he done gave birth to the male mother known as Trump, and his administration has given birth to an additional 91 billionaires in less than a year. That's how you being robbed. That ain't the only way you being robbed. That ain't this SNAP benefits. This is robbery. Bitch, you don't owe the government nothing. Y'all have to come to that. That has to be the conclusion y'all come to. You do not owe this government a goddamn red dime. Not a red penny. Not a red penny. You want me to tell you why you don't owe them nothing? That they've been living off borrowed time that they stole from you? You want me to tell you why you don't owe them a red cent? Child, they in arrears. The United States government is in arrears, bitch. Now we need the mother to collect on our behalf. The whole government, everybody up in it, everybody that's ever been up in it, everybody that's got descendants from the wealth that they acquired as a consequence from being up in it, they in arrears. They in arrears. But I can sit here and watch Amy Goodman on National Public Radio interview the leading economist on earth from different companies and ask the question, how much money is one human life worth on the market? That's what she asked. How much, according to today's value, is one human life worth on the market? One says, well, it's kind of a controversial question, to attach a dollar value to the life of a human. Trying to be PC, bitch, make it plain, because we know you already done crunched the numbers. Stop playing in our face. We know you done already crunched the numbers. Get to the point. All three of these economists, leading economists on the planet, from their worldview, from their economic worldview, and where they from, all agreed that every human born on this planet at birth is worth $8.1 million. Why they make them calculations? Why do they need to make an assessment of the calculation monetarily of a single human life at birth? Why do economists need to crunch some kind of numbers to just have on hand? Will you ever see the way that you working with the quote minimum wage they impose on you? Will you ever see $8.1 million in your life? You won't see $8.1 million. But with that mathematically precise economic projection, they expect to receive, they expect to bleed $8.1 million out of your life from the moment that you are born to the moment that you are planted in the earth. Being born, how are you generating money? Because your parents are having to work overtime. They having to work more than they would if they did not have you to get the bare necessities, housing, clothes, child care, all of these things now that they have to pay for that they didn't have to pay for or wouldn't have to pay for if they had not had a baby. That extra wealth that they are producing solely to give you a bare minimum quality of life until you become, quote, a functional member of society. What that means is until you become an actual hands-on wealth producer in the society that guarantees that these people who have placed an actual calculable dollar sign on your head based on the stock market, the stock market value of your life at birth is $8.1 million. So when I say these motherfuckers is in arrears, you don't owe the government nothing. They're like, damn, they ain't ever gonna make, like, put two and two together. Like, dang, they ain't ever gonna buck back, and we ain't changed the minimum wage in over 15 years, but we done created what 5 recessions in them 3 years. And every time we create a recession, they cost of living go up, and they ain't asking for more money. They ain't asking their boss for more money. Shoot, they ain't gonna ask. We ain't gonna volunteer. That's just more for us. Because they generating more wealth. They working the same amount of hours. Their job ain't changed in 20 years. But every year, as the value of currency changes, the value of your labor should be changing. But if you ain't demanding because you do not understand, because you are deliberately not taught economics, they literally create complicated euphemisms to ensure that the regular everyday person does not understand economics. Would it ever have occurred to you, any of you, if I hadn't gone off about it for 2 hours, to just Google real quick, how much is a human life worth? I didn't even think it was going to be that easy. I thought it was going to be some deep diving and some, manipulating of the way I articulate the question. Child, it was the first thing that came up, an interview on NPR, on Amy Goodman's show, with 3 economists talking about, yep, this is the general consensus around the planet, that every person born on Earth is worth $8.1 million. And if we can get that $8.1 million worth of value out of them and they not live to reproduce, feel me? Because Africa is the thorn in the world's side. Africa is the thorn in the world's side. In all of these years, what they have done to the continent, the lab-grown plagues they've unleashed on the continent, the always Western funded and supported proxy wars propped up on the continent, the constant state of conflict among clan lines propagated by the church in the continent. Do you know that there are estimates that from the year 1883, what was it called? The Berlin Conference, from 1883 to the year 2000, from 1883, when the Pope carved up the borders that we now know as the countries in Africa at the Berlin Conference. From 1883 to the year 2000, the estimate of life lost on the continent of Africa alone is 250 million people. All the way, all across the board, no matter what the death, all across the board, but primarily conflict. Proxy wars, and especially after the fall of the Soviet Union, it was worse. Famines, man-made Western beneficial famines. Yep. The estimate, there is a documentary that I watched years and years ago called Apocalypse Africa. That's the name of the documentary. It is a hard watch. It is a hard watch. But it is a revelatory watch. That's a revelatory watch. It's a revelatory watch. What I tell you, that's why I be concerned about here. They rely, one, on our belief in these little totems that they have propped up as divine objects: the Constitution, Bill of Rights, Declaration of Independence, the White House. Everybody's feelings are hurt so bad that he would totally demolish a whole wing of the White House to build a ballroom. This is a sacred institution. I can't believe he did this. I'd be really concerned for the level of belief in the state that still remains here. It's concerning. Yeah, I'll be honest. It's concerning. And the reason that it is concerning is because your belief neutralizes your knowing. Your belief neutralizes your knowing. You believe in America, though America has never honored a single promise ever made to you. You can't name one. If you black, if you brown, if you red, if you yellow, if you poor and white, America has not held up her end of the bargain one time. Not one time. And every time, quote, America got close, it was because some poor, some oppressed, some enslaved, some beat down, downtrodden person of color was kicking her straight up the rectum to force her to comply to her own shit. That's the only time America has ever come close to honoring its sacred words for anybody other than rich white males and they lackeys that would come later. This is the only time. There ain't no benevolent nobody. There ain't no benevolent nobody. Because while you Negroes can hold up Abraham Lincoln, who was a dog. A dog is a kind word to describe Lincoln. It's too gentle a word to describe him. But because you believe that the only way you can get some rights is for the one singular, what you call it? What's the word? One singular, benevolent white somebody, savior somebody comes in on the white stallion to see in you the humanity that nobody else ever seen. Abraham Lincoln saw the humanity in black people, and he felt so convicted in his heart cavity to free us lowly slaves from slavery. The greatest lie ever told in U.S. history, first of all. And it's obvious that none of y'all paid attention in civics. It's obvious that none of you paid attention in civics. Kind of. Because it's your same Abe Lincoln. Remember we were talking about that black hat shit? Remember we were talking about that black hat shit last week, y'all? And I was like, I need to know what the secret is about the black hat. Because every time the Illuminati takeover of hip hop dudes be coming up on here, they be talking about the black hat, but ain't nobody put out the 411 on what's the Illuminati occult symbolism of the black hat. Because it just occurred to me that Lincoln is the only president I ever seen wear the black hat. The same black hat that Beyonce wore in that song. What's that song she wore the black hat in? Y'all niggas corny with that Illuminati shit. Right? And she got the black hat on, like supposedly poking fun at the Illuminati takeover of hip-hop dudes. But she got on the black hat. Not only do she got on the black hat, the Asian chick in the Rebel Moon movie, she got on the black hat. Why everybody got on the black Thanksgiving looking hat? Somebody put me on game because I don't know. What is the occult symbolism of the black Thanksgiving looking ass top hat that everybody be wearing? Because it just occurred to me that Lincoln got it too. And if there's something diabolical about the black hat symbolism, then this is the insight, because he was diabolical. Lincoln was. That's how I got on that. Lincoln was diabolical, but you were fed the hero syndrome in him and the martyr syndrome in him. He was the hero and the martyr. But in actuality, he was both the victim and the villain. Yes, he was. Playing in your face. Because at the same time, y'all think he was drafting some documents to let the people go. He was performing to this day, the greatest ancestral sacrificial ceremony in the history of this country. Official ceremony. Because you can say everything from the first foot of the first pilgrim, the first explorer, conquistador on this land was a ceremony. But officially identifiable ceremony, Abe Lincoln did that. And do you know what he did? Do you know what his offering? Do you want to know what the offering to the gods of conquest was by Abe Lincoln? Who was the gods of conquest? It was the erection of those 4 presidents on Mount Rushmore. Is it the Shoshone? It's either the Shoshone or the Lakota. That this mountain that the white people set their sights on to chisel their forefathers on this mountain. And I don't remember. It was either I want to say it was the Lakota, but it was either the Lakota or the Shoshone, who, when they made the declaration that this was what they was going to do, the people was like, absolutely not. This mountain is the center of our entire religion, our entire spiritual belief. This is where our ancestors go to live when they die. You ain't chiseling no white people facing our goddamn mountain, bitch. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? And they went to war. This was a full-on war, a full-on rebellion waged over that mountain, Mount Rushmore. A full-on rebellion. Because these white people was like, look, we gon' this mountain ours now. This ours. You feel me? This ain't part of y'all territory no more. This ours. And we gonna itch some white people face up in this mountain right here. And the native folks was like, over our dead body. And the white people was like, we can arrange that. And so after the war was over, there were 27 native men captured as, quote, the leaders of the rebellion to save their ancestral mountain, where their ancestors go to live when they transition. 27 indigenous men were captured in the aggression and interrogated and tortured, and then but before they could sentence the men to death, they had to get a presidential something. Like the president had to co-sign on the thing. The president that co-signed on the execution by hanging of these 27 men who were fighting to save their, not just they quote ancestral land, but the center of the entire people's understanding of who they are and where they came from and where they go when they transition. These 27 men not only were found guilty and sentenced to death, they were taken to the base of the mountain, where they had a platform built to lynch them all at the same time at the base of this mountain. And after this lynching was complete was when they broke ground to begin chiseling these white boys' faces into Mount Rushmore. Now, anybody that is in any type of ancestral religion, especially African, knows that this was a ritual sacrifice, a blood offering. There ain't no way else to put it. This would be no different than those of us who still participate in ritual animal sacrifice in Ifa or Voodoo or whatever, consecrating whatever it is we need to consecrate with the blood of some animal. Now, personally, myself, I don't subscribe to ritual animal sacrifice anymore. I still adhere in some ways to Ifa, but I'm no longer a devotee. And that's one of the things that I had to walk back in my own understanding, my own relationship. But I'm saying, Abraham Lincoln did that. Abraham Lincoln did that. And knew exactly what it was he was doing, by the way. Abe Lincoln did that. There ain't a one of them that is blemishless. Not one. Not one. We up in here on number 47. You feel me? Anyway, damn. Man, this time be going by so fast. It feels like I've only been up on here for like 2 hours with y'all. This time be going too fast. There's so much I be wanting to tell y'all. I be wanting to walk y'all through. I need y'all, you know what? Y'all need to email me. What y'all need to do, maybe I need to do a survey or something. Because I be talking a lot. And some of y'all who've been up on here with me for a long, long time, sometimes, y'all be, yeah, that was great. That was great. That was great. I'm like, if I scared off everybody else, it's just my inner circle right here that's always going to gas me up. Are people following? Are you fed with this information that I've given you tonight? Did this take your understanding, any part of it? Did this elevate your understanding from here to here? Any level of elevation in your understanding, any simplification of something that you knew was related but couldn't quite make fit together, didn't see how they fit together. Did I clear something up for you tonight? Let me say, do y'all have any questions? Y'all can put a question in the comment section. I spent a couple of minutes answering some questions because this is one directional. Eventually, I'm going to start doing these book studies again via Zoom so we can actually be having like a dialogue back and forth. But with this one directional thing, I feel like because especially for the last week, I don't know what's happening, but like I just told y'all last night, I looked like a lunatic last night. I had these piles. What was it? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different stacks on different subjects of notes, each stack anywhere from 5 to 15 pages. I did all of this last night from 9 to 6 a.m. This is how my head has been. This is how my head has been for the last 3 weeks, maybe. I'm like, okay, I get it. There's something that you need me to know. I get it. But can you clarify this shit? Because I can't be up in here taking pages and 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 pages. I done wrote 6 books up in here in the last 3. I'm not joking. I haven't showed y'all this is just last night. I haven't shown y'all a quarter, a 16th of the notes that I have taken over the last 3 weeks. It's bordering on insanity. It's bordering on insanity. At the time, it's epiphany. It's breakthrough. It's like, yes, I'm getting there. I feel it. I feel it. I feel it. But at the juncture that I can't pay my bills, that's when it becomes insanity. I know it's purposeful. I don't reject that at all. I know that I think my frustration just always comes at seeing white male mediocrity always be rewarded as genius. And so they just coast their lives performing mediocrely and never having to worry about the bare essentials, the Maslow's base level essentials being afforded that allow those upper energies to open up freely because the base is sturdy and supported and unquestionable. You feel me? And so this is the only frustration that I have is when I have these breakthroughs that have me on one last night. This is what my pages look like. I'm telling you, 10 stacks of different subjects laid out stack by stack because I don't want to get the message, the subjects confused. So as I'm deep diving into one thing, something comes up that's related to a subject over here. So I have to pivot, stand up, write it over here so I don't forget it, mark it. This is what happened. It was really brilliant. I should record one of these sessions when the mother, makes herself known with an attitude in the moment. Is like, your ass ain't doing nothing else for this moment. Right now is my time. Get your pen out, get yourself some paper, bitch, because we gonna be up in here for a minute. And baby, when I tell you she had her way with me last night, I can't believe how much writing. I'm sitting here looking at it. I'm like, no, this is really insane. This is really crazy, but so profound. Oh, it was so great last night. God damn, that shit was. They're just sitting here thumbing through it. I'm like, damn, I did all this last night. Child. And then the Trojan horse thing, I'm going to tell y'all, the reason I keep talking about y'all white people, the reason I keep talking about y'all white women, the reason I keep harping on this is because I am certain that you can be vindicated. I am, but you can't come to the right conclusions by yourself. That's the bottom line. Y'all cannot and have never, history has shown us, y'all have never come to the right conclusions on your own. You cannot lead. That's the starting point. You cannot lead. If you think that you are a good ally because you know that the only way to get through to white people is to learn from white people who've already done decolonizing work, you cannot lead, child. You can't lead. Your ass in particular. Is the evidence that you cannot come to the right conclusions on your own. It's an impossibility. It is. Right now, it's an impossibility. It doesn't mean it will be a forever impossibility, but right now, if you are relying for your base level understanding of, quote, decolonizing work to now invigorate the weaknesses of collective Black understanding that is the primary source of your ability to quit your job and make a full-time living as a content creator, as a white middle-class woman talking about Black issues, Black life, Black women, and how we must listen and how we must do the hard and uncomfortable work of decolonizing. Oh my God, no. And some Black person who may have taught you that has led you astray, child. That is not the work of the day. It is not. If your ass ain't talking about being a spook on behalf of the upliftment of the actually immiserated in this country, child, we don't need no motherfucking damsels in the movement. That's what I'm saying. We don't need no damsels in the movement. We don't need no damsels. We do not need someone because of the sensibility, the sensitivities of whiteness, of white femininity in particular, who has never had to be held accountable for any enthusiastic participation in the crimes of the day, that she's so sensitive when she gets called out, so that your assessment in relationships with Black women is that it is hard to be an upright citizen, to be an upright human being. It's hard work to decolonize. Bitch. Decolonizing in its simplicity means to learn to be an upright human being. That's all. It ain't hard. It ain't hard. It ain't hard work. It ain't hard work. So when you say it's hard to decolonize, what you actually saying is it's hard to face how much you've benefited, and then you feel uncomfortable because you feel like you might have to give up something. And at the same time that you're talking about how it is hard work to deconstruct, as if you have not lived in America. Why is hard work for you to deconstruct? As if you have not lived here. Child, bye. Y'all have had better access to information and education perpetually. You have a 400-year head start on everything before we were even allowed to read without having our tongue cut out. How we can understand what it means to be an upright citizen, but it's hard for you, and y'all got all the books. Y'all got all the colleges. Y'all got all the fraternities in the sorority. Y'all got all the unlimited access to information one could ever need, along with the 400-year head start. And we live in an America where you got eyes like everybody else got eyes, and y'all just perpetually dumb, deaf, and blind, so that it is hard to do decolonizing work. What in the child? Ain't nobody here to coddle y'all. Listen, this is a hard thing for y'all. White people have to assume responsibility for all of you. Every single one. If you live in the United States of America, in particular, because the United States of America is the one funding and fueling these aggressions everywhere on earth. Not exclusively, but particular. There is a particular spiritual expression of white nationalism peculiar to the United States of America. And if you were born, raised in the United States of America with white skin, y'all, especially today, even those of you who consider yourself progressive, even those of you who consider yourself what does progressive even mean, child? When it doesn't challenge you to act in a way as if your life is on the line like everyone else. What did Che Guevara say about solidarity? Che Guevara, who y'all love so much, but Che was about that life. He was a piece of shit, but he was about that life. You understand? He was a womanizer. That's what I mean when I say he was a piece of shit. But when it came to demonstrating in real time what solidarity looked like, guess what he said? He said solidarity is not a simple, solidarity is not a matter of simple well-wishing. It is the sharing in the fate of the oppressed, whether in victory or in death. And that's what he did. Even though he had a past and he had his little patriarchal peculiarities, when it came to the anti-imperial struggles faced by Black and brown people in his country, he said, I ain't gonna just talk the talk. Plus, he did this piece I still love. I still be staying conflicted because Che got issues. But that piece on revolutionary medicine and the role of the revolutionary doctor in the creating of the future, that shit fueled me. I read that shit every day that I was in medical school. Solidarity is not a matter of well-wishing, but in the sharing of the fate of the oppressed, whether in victory or in death. And I don't know any of you like that. I don't know any of you like that. What you think means progressive is to have cute ideas in your head and a Malcolm X poster on your wall, and to have read some QEP dude or you read the Malcolm X, the autobiography, or you listen to Rage Against the Machine, bitch. or you done held a poster board at a demonstration, or I was at Standing Rock too. Ooh. We need blunt conversations. All these white people, yes, I can see how you too, white people, have been victimized by the plutocracy, by the oligarchy, by the bourgeoisie. But you are their primary weapon. The America of today could not exist without you. And you have to take responsibility for that shit. I'm sick and goddamn tired of seeing white people on these things today talking about we made a mistake. Big old, we made a mistake. We don't support Trump no more because he lied to us. What? Oh my God. The only thing that can set my hair on fire these days is them videos. You opportunistic, sleight of hands, two-faced, agent behaving simpletons. And black people will repost that madness. Who cares? Who cares? If after they too done got robbed, they have an epiphany about the malignancy that is the one that they voted to represent them in office. Did he have to lie to you for you to see that he was diabolical? The Epstein file controversy ain't something that just jumped off yesterday. They've been talking about the goddamn Epstein file since 2015. You good Christians that to put him in office under the auspice of giving him the benefit of the doubt through 2 terms, and they still ain't showed you the Epstein files. Y'all ain't worried about no damn Epstein files. And the reason you aren't worried about Epstein files, you putting on the show, baby. You're putting on theater right now. You pump faking mad. And the auspice for which you can express your fake ass rage is he still ain't shown us the Epstein files as he robbing you blind still. Y'all have never cared about the Epstein files because you are Christians. Christianity, Catholicism, Christianity in all of its manifestations and personifications are guilty of the same crimes that Trump, your president, he is your archbishop. That's what he is. That's why in your betrayal, we're so betrayed. In your betrayal, in your outrage, y'all still ain't even contemplated no shit like y'all contemplated over there on January 6th a few years ago. Y'all still ain't contemplated that. Because at the end of the day, he's still white. You feel me? I mean, he might be with that bullshit, but he still is a rich white man. And essentially, that's all we want to be. We want to be like him when we grow up. He is the personification of your Father God in this moment. His birth sign, his astrology, child, his chart really concretizes that. And even though you act like it's not significant, the people running circles around you do. The No Kings Parade, launching the parade around Gemini astrologically significant events every single time, all 3 times. And y'all don't think it matters because Trump is a Gemini. Y'all don't think it matters that these people are using this year that is so magnanimous against you. And you like, that's that woo-woo shit. There ain't no science in that. Okay, well, he is your son savior, by the way. Y'all put him up there, at least in energy, at least in enthusiasm. Y'all put him there. Gemini sun. A damn Leo ascendant. He could not be any more in a position to wear a crown. He is a Leo ascendant with a Gemini sun and a Cancer moon. Well, let them keep playing in y'all face. let them keep playing with y'all emotions and playing with y'all money. And you keep blaming everybody but the billionaires who done literally staged an unmasked smash and grab on the whole country. These mediocre weirdo boys, this weirdo boy club done literally damn near effortlessly, y'all. It's really, because at least if somebody broke into your front door, you at least gonna stage a fight. You at least gonna try to get some licks off or something. You ain't gonna come up in here and rob me blind and I ain't gonna get no licks off. I might get hurt. You understand? But you gonna know you walked the hell up in here. You gonna know you walked up into the wrong house. And there ain't nobody laying down taking shit. But baby, they did not have to wear no mask. They ain't have to have no gun. They ain't even have to have a hero-esque looking nobody. They ain't have to have like a Christopher Reeve, good looking debonair somebody. They have nobody in office is good looking. Nobody. I'm like, this is the most bizarre shit ever. At least Clinton and Obama went down as like handsome and charming and debonair with a little swaggerdosia. Y'all whiteness did not require anything from him. Nothing. Y'all didn't require anything. Even an illusion would have been good. Y'all didn't require nothing. You can be awkward, a weirdo, shape funny, doing your little weirdo old people dance. Y'all literally didn't require nothing. Yeah, the bar's in hell. Because y'all didn't require, y'all let this weirdo who weaker than you, who ugly, who from what everybody on the planet is saying, smell funny all the time. Like, ooh. Like y'all literally let even the two Indian dudes, you know, y'all, everybody look weird. Everybody look like a malignant diabolical, not nice version of Urkel. Just, you look like creatures. You look like creatures. And not even strong ones. No musculature, nothing. Y'all didn't even require superhero proximal looking leaders. Y'all literally let cretins come in your house without a gun, without a mask, with no, in broad daylight. They didn't even wait for the protection of the night. In broad daylight at high noon, rob y'all asses blind, and everybody is to blame but them. Everybody is to blame for you being robbed by your sun, solar deity savior. Then he turn around and rob your ass blind, and everybody is at fault but you and your savior. It's really something watching this shit happen to these days. It's really, really a phenomenal thing to witness the stories that you will tell yourself in the perpetual seeking of absolution for that which you know you are responsible. We made a mistake. We don't support him no more. Somebody sent me a video talking about, I guess in Montana, they were staging a bonfire to burn all they MAGA and they Trump paraphernalia. I said, if that bonfire does not come with rituals of apology and reparations, ain't nobody trying to hear that shit. To say you made a mistake is not taking responsibility for what you supported. I still don't believe y'all put Trump in office. That's my personal opinion. Y'all votes don't mean a shit. It don't mean a damn thing. Nobody. None of y'all votes mean nothing. It is a play they put on to pacify you. But they do take the statistical analysis that allows us to see who is friend and who is foe. So it's not enough. It's not enough for you to be saying, we made a mistake. Be honest with what you mean. We didn't know he was going to rob us too. And so now we're mad at him. But we don't want y'all to be mad at us anymore, because then we feel powerless. Because the reason we feel powerful is because we believed in him. We didn't know. How you don't know he wasn't going to turn around and rob you? First of all, that's what I want to know. Child, is you dumb, deaf, and blind? Did you not pay attention at all the first 4 years that he was in office? Did you not pay attention at all? Have you not listened to a word that he has said? He has never lied to you. He has been absolutely brutally honest in his opinion about the American white working class. Out his own mouth, child. But they rely on your short-term memory. They rely even more on your allegiance to whiteness. And herein lies the quandary that we find ourselves in. Because I still think, some of you, not all of you, but I still think there's hope for you. I still think this can be a turning point moment. But unless you are making don't be coming up on here with no damn videos talking about we made a mistake. The top of your video need to say, Black people, Mexicans, Black people, we sorry. Not only are we sorry, we need y'all to hold us accountable. How can we rectify this grave error in our judgment that we have made? Y'all have been the most impacted, particularly you Black women. 350,000 Black women lost their jobs this year. Y'all not only owe deep and profound apologies, those apologies have to become with a submission to a process of rectification. You Black people, tell us how we can correct this grave error that we have made that not only has impacted your life, but has impacted ours as well. How do we make this right with y'all? If y'all ain't coming like that, don't nobody hear that. Don't nobody want to hear that shit. Don't nobody want to hear that shit. Oops, my bad. Bitch, what? As scores of thousands of people are being disappeared at their homes and babies being zip-tied in the dark. Bitch, what? Bitch, what? Oops, our bad. We made a mistake because Trump lied to us. Did he though? Did he really lie to you when he was telling you that he was going to run so-called illegals up out of here and there wasn't a white face he saw in these campaigns? Did he really lie to you though? Your ass is so drunk off whiteness that even though you got a 150-acre ranch and you got 75, 100, 200 Mexicans, undocumented workers, so you can exploit their labor too, working on your ranch, that you so sick in your madness of whiteness that you would sabotage your own inheritance. You would sabotage your own workers, the people that help you to produce wealth. I didn't know he meant me. I didn't know he meant me when he was talking about getting rid of illegal immigrants. I didn't know he meant me. Child, this is something sociologists need to be studying in mass, in depth. They need to be holding studies every day. Where the sociologists that's going to be collecting the information, collecting the data, and because this period here is, where is the galactic size box of popcorn? Because this shit crazy as hell. It's really crazy as hell. Yolanda, you a trip. Now I'm tired. Let me get the hell up off here. I got so much to do. There's so many breakthroughs. There's so many breakthroughs coming. I just can't keep up. I can't. And I do be really optimistic though. I really feel like the breakthrough isn't just in like spiritual breakthrough and consciousness and like revelations. I really feel like I'm on the edge. I'm just teetering on the edge of my economic breakthrough. But it's like that last little frustrating like push through. I really feel like that, but I can't rely on a feeling. Like I need this shit to pop. My landlord has been very patient with me, has been very, very patient. So I'm grateful for that, extremely grateful for that, because everybody doesn't have that. Everybody does not have that around here. Not with the way the city is going. Everybody does. So at least that is something that I can be grateful for. But I will encourage you all again, please share the fundraiser. Please copy and share the GoFundMe. It's not only in the description box below. I'm actually going to be what do you call it? Initiating another crowdsourcer, but specifically for the temple, so I can, do a whole nother thing that is specific to, showing people what the temple is, talking about the temple, what the temple needs as startup capital for the temple. So I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to upload some more books onto my Etsy page, so y'all can check that out soon. Yeah. So yeah, let's get it. All right, I'm gonna go. I'm tired. I gotta develop a second wind because I gotta rework my discipline. I really do. Maybe I need to start setting an alarm clock or something. I love talking to y'all. I love doing this, but there are never enough hours in the day, and I really gotta start going back, because if y'all look back at my earlier videos, an hour. That's it. Done. Okay, it's an hour. I'll have to finish this another day. I was very succinct. But I think it's just been really like the internalization or the internalizing of the urgency of the moment. That is the thing that keeps me coming back to like trying to give y'all as much as I can in a single live, blah, blah, blah. But no, I'm going to have to develop a compliance to my own economic health, my own foundational health. And then maybe I can find somebody who can give me a, what do you call it? Like a, it's, maybe somebody can give me a publishing advance. I need to write a book. But I tell y'all, if y'all could come up in here and see the madness that has been the last 3 months of my note-taking process, you wouldn't believe what you were looking at. You really, really wouldn't. Can't nobody tell me I ain't a genius. First of all, looking at all these notes, looking at the compilation, the breakthrough that comes just from kinesthetically writing, can't nobody tell me, baby, when I say arrogant audacity in my proclamations in the world, that's how I'm out here living. Can't nobody rain on my, can't nobody convince me that I'm not a genius. This shit is genius shit right here. It really, really is. That's got to be more than 47 pages I wrote last night. It's got to be. I don't have to count these pages. It's got to be. And it was effortless. Not only was it effortless, it was fun. Revelations are fun. Breakthroughs are fun. Deconstructing the constraints on your memory imposed on you by the patriarchy is some liberating, awesome, awe-inspiring shit. I said, it is not no 6 o'clock in the morning. Child. So anyway, but I'm going to have to honor my time. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in, rocking with me for 5 hours and 15 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and go, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow. I will be posting every day, but it may not be lives every day. I just went through a ton of old videos that I need to be out in the world. So probably one day live, one day like old video, posted live, whatever. But I am going to be posting every day. So I'll talk to y'all tomorrow, and enjoy the rest of your weekend, and sleep well, and have great, wonderful, sensuous dreams that are epiphanic and prophetic, and tell you all the secrets you're missing in your conscious mind to solve your problems in this moment. Show me what I am not seeing. Show me what I recalled about this moment, and how to do what I need to do. You feel me? So, we'll see y'all tomorrow. Good night.